What's up, everybody? Good morning. Welcome back to High Ticket Secrets, day number 2. I hope you guys have been enjoying it so far. I was reading through comments last night, which was really fun, getting a lot of your questions, a lot of your feedback, stuff like that. So thank you guys for submitting those things. If you're here and you're pumped for today, let me know down in the comments down below, wherever you're at. You could be on, we're all over the place, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, wherever you're at. Post down below that you're excited, that you're ready to learn today. We got a lot of cool stuff happening. And a lot of questions of people asking about, like last night. It's just funny. Every time we do something like this, people are like, where's the replays? Where's the thing? we are filming this as a live course. This will be sold for $1,000 in the very near future, which means we don't keep the replays up forever. Each night we pull the replays down. And so if you missed yesterday, I'm sorry. That means don't miss today. Like, focus. This is an important time for us to be training and giving you guys some really cool stuff. Today's really exciting. We got 2 cool modules happening. The first Robbie's going to be doing. I'll talk about that here in a minute. Was he great yesterday, by the way? Today, you're gonna have a chance to actually see him in action, and it's gonna be really fun to do some role playing just to see how some of these scripts work. And then after that, I'm gonna be coming up and giving my most thorough demonstration and explanation about high ticket funnels I've ever done. I'm really pumped and excited. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good day today. I'm excited to be here with you guys. With that said, again, this is me just talking to you guys face to face. I'm going to come on stage and introduce the official module number 3 here in a second, and then introduce Robbie on stage. So when that happens, I need you guys to go crazy, because it's weird being in a room where there's like a couple people here. We're used to being in the stages, tons of people. So I need you guys to go crazy at home when I introduce Robbie. Like in the comments, just be like, and act like we're at a live event going nuts. Does that sound good? That'll get your energy up, to get our energy up, and make everything more fun. And you will learn more if you are at a peak state. So that's kind of the game plan. All right, with that said, I'm gonna get on stage and I'm gonna intro this next module. Sound good? All right. Hey everybody, this is Russell Brunson. Welcome back to module number 3 of our High Ticket Secrets training course. We're so excited to have you guys here today. I hope you enjoyed module number 1 and number 2. Really, one of my main goals with module number 1 and module number 2 is to get you guys to believe that high ticket is something that can work. It's something that can work for you. Believe that it's important, that it's the best way to serve your customers, and a whole bunch of other things. Today, we're gonna start getting into the actual tactical, the strategies, all the fun stuff that a lot of you guys have been looking for and waiting for. It's gonna be really, really exciting. So this first module, I'm gonna introduce Robbie here in a minute. He's gonna come back up and going deep into the sales psychology. He's gonna go through, if you remember during module number 1, I talked about there's 2 different scripts we use. One, where it's if you're gonna be the person actually doing the call, you're the guru doing the call. What does that look like? How does it work? How does that script actually work? And the second one is if you're not the person, if you're like me and you're scared of the phones, you want somebody else to do the calls, how does that script, what does that process look like? And they're different. And so today he's gonna be going through some sales psychology and going through that first script, the script of what it looks like if you're the one actually doing the phone calls. Okay. And again, even if you're not the one gonna be doing the call, you will learn so much from script psychology, how to do sales, how to ask the right questions and things like that. I think you guys are gonna love it and get a lot of value from it. And then module number 4 we'll be doing a little later on today. After the break, I'm going to be coming back and going deep into high ticket funnels and what they look like and how they work, and how we're literally able to replace 60 full-time salespeople with a simple 3-page funnel, and how you can as well. And I'm going to go deep. I've never gone as deep into the funnel structure as I ever on high ticket funnels as I'm going to be doing today, which I'm really excited for. So that's what's happening today. I'm really excited for you guys to be here. With that said, I'm really excited for module number 3. This is where you guys start getting into the sales psychology and the first script and start learning all about it. So with that said, let's put our virtual hands together for Mr. Robbie Summers.
I feel the energy, Russell. This is awesome, man. Oh, yeah. This is fantastic, guys. It's so different being here usually when we teach these and they're live and there's all the people here. And so, but I am so pumped and excited for the opportunity to be here with you guys. And like Russell said too today, that we are going to dive into some deep tactical stuff. Some of the people were talking yesterday and they're like, hey, we love this. It's great. But when are we going to get into the meat? Right now, today, we are going to get into the meat. I want to tell a little bit of a story though. I was doing a presentation with Russell. This is probably 5 or 6 years ago. And we had just got ready and we'd sold our inner circle and our coaching stuff. And Russell said, hey, Robbie, will you come down? We went downtown Boise, and he said, hey, Robbie, I want you to come and teach this group of people. And I came in and I taught for a couple of hours, and we had a break, and we went out at the break, and there were some people who were like, Russell, why are we talking about sales? I want to do funnels. And it was so funny to us, because that regardless of whether you're the salesperson, you're the entrepreneur, whatever it is that you're doing, you have to at least know and understand the sales process, how it works. You have to understand the psychology behind it, at least on a general level, in order to be successful. In fact, one of the things that I've thought, and I've talked to a lot of people about this, that entrepreneurs who don't know and don't understand sales or don't want to do sales have skinny kids. And just so if anybody has any question, I talked a little bit yesterday about Dylan, but here's my son Dylan. And Dylan is, he's 6'4", 270 pounds. And I have to spend a lot of money to feed him. You can't do sales. You can't be an entrepreneur and not do sales, not understand how they work, how they're put together. It's so critical, so important that you guys understand the framework behind this, how this works and how it's put together. And so today we're going to talk about the sales psychology. And this psychology, it works both with the one-part script and the two-part script. The psychology, it's a little bit different in both of them, but the same idea goes behind both of them. And we're going to talk about how it works, how it's put together, and why when you get leads the way that Russell creates them in the funnels, that if you'll follow these simple processes, these simple steps, amazing, incredible things are going to happen with your sales, your salespeople, and your results, your bottom line in general. So the psychology that I want you guys to understand about the one-part script. Okay, the very first thing that I do in the one-part script is I sit down and I talk with everybody about where they want to be in the future. And if you guys look up here, I've got this guy who's standing on top of a mountain. He's accomplished his goals. He's hit it. I need to know and I need to understand that. And I'm going to spend a lot of time, and sometimes you call it future casting, looking at what they need to happen, what needs to take place. I'm going to spend some time finding out where these people are at. Hey, if I don't find out where their goals are, where they want to end up, what they want to do, guys, it doesn't matter what I have to sell them if I don't really understand where they're going. It's like trying to run a race without a finish line. If I'm trying to run a marathon and there's no finish line, I can just be running forever, or there's no reason for me to ever start because I don't ever get to my goal. I've got to realize where my clients, where my customers are, what they want to accomplish, and what it is that they want to do. Now, the next part of the sales psychology is I have to understand where my people are at right now. And you see the guy, gosh, he's sitting by his laptop. He's frustrated. He's confused. Sometimes, people get like that with their sales funnels. Why aren't they converting? What's happening? Why aren't my people in my high ticket sales? Why aren't they coming in? Well, again, we go back to the analogy of a race. If I'm trying to run my race and I don't have a starting line, it's not much of a race. I can't run a 100-meter dash. I can't run a marathon. I can't do any of those things without a starting line and a finishing line. And so what I want to do is where are you at right now? Where do you want to be? And I want to emphasize with my clients and my customers that there is a huge gap. And obviously the higher ticket your product, the bigger gap you need to create. And the way that you create it, and you guys are going to see it here with the 4-question script that we're going to talk about here in a little bit. The way that you do that is simply by asking questions and asking the right questions. When you ask these questions, when you go through this process, it is unbelievable what happens, because the goal here is I'm going to create this chasm, this gap that seems insurmountable to people. And then all of a sudden, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show them how my product, my service, whatever it is, my coaching, my software, how it bridges that gap, how spending that time, how learning from me allows me to get from where I'm at, why I'm frustrated, to where I want to be in the end. And now all of a sudden, ClickFunnels, Inner Circle, whatever it is, it bridges that gap. It helps so many people to get from, hey, this is where I've been. I can't figure out how to do X, Y, Z. I can't figure out how to build my funnel. I can't figure out how to get my hook, my story, my offer. And now I provide them with a solution. And I say just simple things and simple questions that you're going to see how it's going to work as we actually role play this here in a couple of minutes, that we're going to see and we're going to understand how this works, how it's put together, and how your products, your services can actually bridge that gap. Now, there's a couple things I'm going to tell you guys to do with these scripts. Hey, first thing that I'm going to tell everybody, top to bottom, front to back, I am going to tell you guys to take these scripts and literally make them a part of your entire sales process. I would use these scripts. I would use the same wording. I would use this with everything that I'm doing. And maybe instead of, hey, Russell Brunson or ClickFunnels, that you use your name, your product, your service. But other than that, the things that are in these scripts have literally made hundreds of millions of dollars for many companies that I have worked with, that I've taught with. We talked about yesterday about going from 60 salespeople, creating a better lead so that we didn't need as many salespeople and just the right salespeople. Now following these scripts, they can literally take these and run with it. I was at an event last year with Russell in Denver called Unlock the Secrets, and I just got done training on the 4-question script. And I was in the elevator going up, and this beautiful lady, she walks up to me and she said, Robbie, I have been scared my whole life on how to do sales. I'm not sure about it. I don't know what to do. And I can do high ticket sales now because the words are here. They're simple. They're easy. And I can read this and I can say what happens and how it works. And all of a sudden I'm going to see success with my business, with my products, with the things that I want to do. And you guys are going to be able to do the same things and you guys are going to see how easy this is to just simply ask some questions, let the people talk about where they want to be, where they're at, and what we can do to help them to bridge that gap. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through just a general idea of how the 4-question script works so that you guys can understand it. And then we've got a special guest today. Mike Ryan is going to come up with us today, and he is actually going to role play with me. And guys, we're going to see how this works, how it's put together. And the psychology behind everything that happens with this script. So the very first thing that I do anytime I get on the phone with anybody in the 4-question script, and I don't know how many of you guys remember, hey, when you guys were looking at the ad, do you guys remember how it said, you guys can sell high ticket to anybody without you ever being on the phone? Now, Russell talked about him being on the phone and how much he hates being on the phone and doing the one-on-one. Russell is amazing from stage, one to many, but the one-on-one, man, that's not his thing, okay? And that's okay. I would also say, and I would also recommend, as quickly as you possibly can as the entrepreneur, for you not to be doing the sales on your own. The great thing about sales is, guys, we get to eat what we sell. We eat what we kill. What a great, fantastic thing. And so now all of a sudden you're thinking, man, I'm going to have all this overhead and I've got to pay this salesperson. Guys, no. Hey, salespeople work on commission. That's what they want to be doing. That's where they want to be. That's what they want to be earning, is that commission all the time. So all of a sudden now the only thing I do is I increase my bottom line, because now I've got a commission salesperson that I don't pay them unless they make me money. What a fantastic thing. So as quickly as you can as the entrepreneur, and we're actually going to, there's some amazing things inside this course that we'll talk about that will actually help you guys to find the right salespeople and how they work. But Russell will talk about that later. But it's incredible that just as soon as you guys can get to the point where you're not the one that's actually doing the sales, get there as quickly as you can. There's so many advantages to it, and we don't have time to talk about that. Just take my word for it. You will make more money by duplicating yourself, by having people follow this process, than you being the bottleneck with the sales funnel. So the very first thing in the one part 4-question close script is that generally this is something that I'm going to use for a lower high ticket offer. $2,000 to $8,000. If I get up over that $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 range, generally I'm going to recommend that you do a 2-part script or 2-part close, and we'll talk about that tomorrow, how that works, the set process, the close process. But so with this, and just kind of keep this in mind, if I've got a $5,000 product, this works fantastic for you as the entrepreneur or the salesperson that you've hired. And the great thing about this too is you only have to find and hire one salesperson in order to run and work with this particular script. So what I'm going to do, and we've kind of talked about this and how it works, the very first thing that's going to happen is I am going to look at my 4-question close as I want to look at them in the future. I'm going to go in and I'm going to dive into external things and internal things. I want to know and I want to understand by asking them appropriate questions where they're at, where they want to be, how they're going to get there, what their life looks like down the road by working with my products, my services. And we're going to dive into this. It's so interesting. So many people, when I first start training salespeople, and they'll get on the phone and they'll be like, the customer will say something along the lines of, yeah, so in the future, I want to make more money. And the brand new salesperson will say, hey, that's awesome. And they'll move right on to the next question. Well, making more money, who doesn't want to make more money? That's not an answer. That's not a response. That doesn't help me out. That doesn't let me know and understand who these people are and really what their goals are and what they want to accomplish. At the end of the day, money is just, I think it's an enhancer. It enhances and allows me to do more of the good things that I want to do in my life. It's just a piece of paper. It's a number in a bank account. It doesn't actually allow me to do anything. And if I don't dive into the emotion with what it is that they want to accomplish in their life, with their goals, with their hopes and their dreams, I'm not going to be able to close the deal. And so I've got to find out what it is that they want to accomplish, both in their professional life and their personal life. Hey guys, in a close, do I start talking to somebody about their personal life? You better believe it. Hey, if I'm not talking about personal questions on a sale, if I don't find out who these people are, the chances of me actually getting the deal drop significantly. I want to know what motivates these people, what's driving them, where they're getting. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find out what it is that is holding them back, what's blocking them, what's stopping them from achieving these things that they want to achieve in their life. Where are the hangups? What are the headaches? Again, going back to the psychology, and this is all part of it, what is holding you back from being successful? Where are you struggling? See, if I don't find out where they're struggling and what the roadblocks are and where the walls are for these people, there's no problem for me to solve. If I get on the phone with somebody and they say, well, nothing's holding me back. Well, why aren't you there yet? And so I've got to understand that, and there is going to be some real pain that's going to come out here. Tony Robbins says, identify the pain, magnify the hurt. And that if I do that, if I identify the pain and I magnify that, then all of a sudden that chasm, that canyon that I'm looking to create in my sales process, it allows me to be able to get through this. Now, the next thing that I want to do in my sales process is I want to sit down with them and I want to find out what resources. I want to build this person up just a little bit more. I want to find out what other resources that they have that are available to them that they haven't thought about, that they haven't worked with, that they haven't used in their lives. And I'm going to spend some time here. And then what I'm going to do with this same question is that I'm just very, very simply just going to ask them something along the lines of, how would working with Russell Brunson make a difference to help you to overcome those roadblocks that you have in your life right now? And then what I do is I listen. And so we're going to talk about the value of listening and why that's so important. And one of the most critical things that I learned early on in my sales career, my sales lead typed out a sign for me. And I hung it in my cubicle because I was on a sales floor of like 100 other people but before I'd met Russell. And he hung a sign on my cubicle and it said, "Shut up." So often we think that a salesperson has to be the guy that, again, we go back to yesterday, the used car salesman that's a slick talker that's going to get through everything. And I'm going to convince somebody to buy my product. Guys, that doesn't work, and those aren't the right customers, and they generally refund. They don't stick with you long term. Last thing in the world you want is a bunch of refunds on your high ticket programs. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let them talk to me and tell me why they feel that working with Russell and the resources that Russell Brunson and his team have, why that's going to make a difference in their success, what it's going to do for them, and how it's going to help them to get them to where they want and where they need to be. Hey guys, the last part of this, it's so simple and so easy, but all we do is we just ask for the close here. And this last part that I simply just say, hey gosh, I'm looking at everything that you've talked about, everything that you've told me. Do you want Russell Brunson's help to build and grow your business? And obviously for you guys insert your name, your product. Do you want ClickFunnels help to be able to build and grow your business, to get you guys to where you want, where you need to be? You asked for the close. What's amazing about this is that everybody thinks that they've got to get on their sales process. And I've got to get on and I've got to say, these are all the things that we're going to do for you. And what we all forget is none of that matters. Because it's not about me, it's about the person on the other end of the phone call, the other end of the video meeting, face to face, however we're doing it. And if I make it all about them, it becomes very easy to help them to achieve and accomplish their goals if that's my end result here. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna bring up my great friend, Mike Ryan. And Mike actually, he does a lot of stuff here with ClickFunnels and with Russell, and is an incredible, awesome entrepreneur. And so Mike, why don't you come on up here and let's give Mike, hey guys, let's give Mike a big round of applause, everybody. This is awesome, Mike. I'm so glad you're here, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Hey, Mike came in kind of last minute for us, and because we are live, hey, I'm just gonna ask real quick, are we okay? Can you guys see us for video? Okay, hey, we're good. So we're gonna sit down, Mike, and what you and I are gonna do is we're actually, Mike, would you take just a minute and just give us just a quick who you are, and tell everybody just a little bit about yourself while I take a quick drink.
Sure. My name is Mike Ryan. I am in a business partnership with a very close friend of mine, Mandy Keene, and we have a podcast show called Understanding Personality, and that's what we're really wanting to build.
Fantastic. Now, just so if anybody doesn't know or they don't remember, hey, you guys, the 4-question close, it is in .com secrets. Russell talked about it in the ad. I hope you guys, if you didn't order it, that you go and order it. But the 4-question close, it is in here. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to do a couple of things. I'm going to sit down and we're going to role play, but I am going to occasionally go a timeout. And with the timeouts, we're going to talk and have a little bit of commentary. And Mike is going to have come in through one of Russell's high-ticket lead funnels.
Right.
So it's something that you're going to have an application funnel. He's either come in, he's seen .com secrets and wanted more information about working with Russell and his team. And so we're going to sit down and we're going to pretend that that is exactly how it works, how it's put together. You'll notice a couple of things. And like I said, we'll stop and we'll break in those, and we'll talk as if we're not role playing, and then we'll say, okay, game time again, and we'll jump back into it. Okay. One of the things that I am always adamant about whenever I'm doing a sale, okay, and I think it's even more important when I'm doing a video sale or a face-to-face sale, guys, I am always taking notes on the person that I'm talking to. And so you guys are going to see me writing things down as we go through this process. Make sure that you are writing the things down either in your CRM, whether you have it digitally, at least on paper, so that you can actually, there's a lot of reasons behind that, but most importantly, it's so that I can help Mike out to be more successful, because if I forget something that he said, I can't help him and be as effective as I want to be. So what we're going to do is we'll pretend that, again, Mike has filled out the application, and we're going and we're starting, and we have set up an appointment, and we're on a video call, because that's mostly how just about all of them go nowadays. And I'm going to say, hey, Mike, it's Robbie with ClickFunnels. How are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you, Robbie?
Fantastic. Hey, thank you so much for filling out the application here with Russell. And I'm actually really excited to talk with you and talk about your business and potentially see how we might be able to help you out with your business.
Okay.
Now, just so you know, Russell's put together a process for us here to make sure that we are only bringing the very best people aboard his inner circle. And so really what I need to do here, Mike, is I've got 4 questions that I need to sit down and I need to go through. There are 4 main questions. I might have some follow-up in here for you. But really what I want to do is I want to go through these 4 questions, see how you answer them, and what your responses are. And really what that'll determine is whether or not you're going to be a good fit for Russell Brunson's inner circle and coming aboard his team. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so time out for just a second, guys. One of the things, so many people think that when I jump on a sales call, that I have to spend all this time building rapport. And don't get me wrong, I think rapport is critical. It's important. It's something that you have to do. But if you want to build rapport with me, help me build and grow my business. Help me change somebody's life. Help me make more money. Help me reach my goals, my dreams, the things that I want to do. And so now, because so many people sit down, hey, Mike, let's talk about the weather.
I hate that.
Well, and right.
When it's meaningless like that.
It doesn't matter. There's a radio guy that whenever somebody calls in, they say, hey, how are you doing? He's like, you don't care how I'm doing.
Right.
Okay. And guys, like that really is that's reality. The reason that Mike is on this call with me right now is because Mike wants help building and growing his business. And if I sit around and I talk about the weather or the sports teams and I'm not saying to totally eliminate all of that, but I am going to move into my sales process. I'm going to move into my script as quickly as I can. Now, something else that happens, Mike, in literally in just a couple, maybe 30 seconds, okay? I have given you basically a layout of what needs to happen. I've told you that this is what I need to do in order to qualify you for Russell's program, okay? And I have taken control of the conversation. Okay, hey, in order for you to be invited aboard Russell Brunson's program, you have to answer these questions, and depending on how you answer them determines whether or not you come aboard the team or not. So it's so critical to understand that, hey, when you're the person that's doing the selling, hey, somebody's filled out an application to work with you. Somebody's filled an application to work with Russell Brunson. It's not an sit down and get to know you and convince you why you need to work with us. Because the way Russell sets these leads up, and if you guys do the same thing, it will change the customers that you have on the phone. And it also, if you take control of the conversation right here in the beginning, say, hey, these are the things that need to happen. This is where it needs to come together. Now, all of a sudden, Mike or your customer feels like, because it was an application, now Mike is sitting in a job interview with me in order to qualify for Russell Brunson's program. Okay, so hey, so Mike, let's jump back in. We'll go back to real life and real place. So
okay.
So Mike, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the first question. And really, Mike, what I want to do is I want you to take just a minute and I want you to think 12 months down the road.
Okay.
Okay. And I want you to imagine that, hey, we start working with you today, and Russell and his team, that we teach you everything you need to know to build and grow your business. And 12 months from today, you and Russell are sitting in a coffee shop right downtown Boise, Idaho, and you guys are talking about all the awesome and amazing things that have happened to you over the last 12 months. Mike, would you take some time and would you just tell me what needs to happen over the next 12 months for you to feel that it's been a success? You working with Russell Brunson and his team, what is it that you're looking for here to have that conversation with Russell?
I think there's probably two main things that come up as far as what I feel like we need in order to get there. And that would be exposure and traffic, getting eyeballs, getting our message out to those who need it. We feel like we have such an incredible message for people. I feel like there's a huge group of people that need to hear what we have to say, because we really feel like, our message is about how people can actually create and find happiness in their lives. And there's so much misinformation out there, and a lot of people are hurting and struggling. And but getting that message out to people has been the kind of the sticking point for us. I think that's the main thing. The next thing is really, it's taken us so long to do this. I mean, 3 years ago, we set out to do this and we thought we would be launched within 6 months, right? And it just kept going and going and dragging out because we're doing everything, And I've seen Russell talk about having a team, like he talks about the Avengers team. I don't really know how to put that together or how to organize it, how to lead it. And I know that having a team would help us to move quicker. I just don't have, I guess, the experience in how to put that together and how to run it.
Okay. And anything else, Mike, as far as what it would look like for success for you in 12 months?
What it would look like, or like what we need?
What it would look like?
What it would look like is, hearing the stories of people that we've changed their life, hearing people talk about what they've done for so many years that hasn't worked, and the pain, and then because we've had experiences with people that we shared this with before, we just know that there's so many more that need to hear it, right? So I think getting that, when you talk about 12 months, sitting down with Russell, like I would love to talk about the people that we've changed their life. That's what it's about for us.
Okay. And Mike, I know that you want to help as many people as you possibly can, but obviously that I think that looking at things and having some goals, some milestones, some things to look at. I mean, in the next 12 months, do you have a number of people that you'd like to help? I mean, what's that going to look like? What's that going to, how many people are you going to have reached? How many people are you going to have been out to?
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit deeper on what's happened over those 12 months as you've got that traffic, as you've got that exposure, as you've got your team built together. What types of things have happened?
Well, we want to change 1 million people's lives. That's the start. We'll go from there, but that's our first goal. And then the ripple effect of that is huge as well. But I think that's kind of that first goal.
Okay. Mike, can you share with me maybe one of the people that you guys have changed their lives and how that's helped and made a difference for them? Just so I have a little bit better idea as we go through this first question.
Yeah. I have a friend who came to me and just was going through a lot of the same things that I went through. See, the way that we help people is by sharing our story. Because Mandy and I have been on this journey for our entire lives. And so this friend came to me and said, I've been trying all the things. I've been doing the books. I've been going to the courses. I've been going to the seminars, and I'm not there yet. And I said, well, what if you stopped? What if you stopped doing all that? And he was like, that's weird. I don't want to stop trying. Right. And I said, well, it's not about stopping to try. It's about quitting a path that's not working. Right? Choosing another path. So I said, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to choose another path? And he said yes. And so we then began talking and coaching over the course of months and months. And really, it's a process. It's a journey. It's not a quick fix. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that is different about us is that we don't believe in offering people a quick fix that doesn't work, right? We believe in doing the real work, the real journey with people, but we also believe that we're not meant to do it alone. We're human beings. We're meant to connect, and too many people try to do it alone, and that's kind of the problem, right? So we want to go on the journey with people together. And like hold their hand through the process, or put our arm around their shoulder as we do this with them. So that's what I continue to do with this person. And so we got into all sorts of different things that we've gotten into that have worked for us to create happiness, like all the different self-care things, from meditation to breathing exercises to taking care of your body to health to specific types of chiropractic that puts your spine into alignment, that actually controls your serotonin and dopamine to actually make you happy. Those are the chemicals that make you happy, right?
So Mike,
yeah.
What was the end result with this guy? What's happened with him? Where's he at now? And obviously, like I said, it's not a quick fix for anything, but where's he at?
I talked to him a couple weeks ago, actually, and he said, I finally feel like I'm consistently happy.
Awesome.
And he even said, listen, I'm human. I have days, right? But I feel like I'm finally in control of my happiness, right? And I don't have those lows that I used to have anymore. And it was really just us helping him to get out of his own way and being there with him through the journey.
Okay, so Mike, you do that with one person.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm sure you've done it with a lot more than just one person, but what would that feel like to you to be able to do that with 1 million people, to have those same results and you know, I mean, like obviously everybody has their ups and downs in life, but have 1 million people actually find happiness. What would that feel like for you and Mandy?
Just so fulfilling, you know. There's, you know, in my story, and I talk about this in our podcast show, but I went through a 2-year depression in my life. And so I know what that pain feels like. I know what it's like to be down there. And just knowing that there are people out there right now there who need this, that honestly, you know, it's cliche, but like people say, you know, if I can just help one person out of it, right?
Sure.
But if I could help 1 million people find that happiness that I felt, that would make my life meaningful and what I've been through meaningful.
Love it. Hey, time out, Mike. Hey guys, a couple of things I want you to. Is Mike talking about emotion? Is Mike emotional with what he's talked about and where he's at? And there's a feeling that we're coming up on what he wants to accomplish. Mike, do you feel emotions right now?
Yeah. Just in the past minute or so, I felt kind of, you know, like I'm going in deeper and that emotion's starting to come up because I'm talking about stuff that is real in my life, right?
So I've got somebody now, these are real things that Mike and Mandy are doing and amazing things. And we start talking about this emotion, we start pulling it out, and Mike starts visualizing he's sitting in a coffee shop with Russell Brunson in a year or 5 years or whenever it happens. And he looks at him and he says, we've helped 1 million people. And how that feels. And we take that one person, his one friend that he's helped, and we times that by 1 million. Now, hey guys, I'm the sales guy here. Who's doing the talking?
Me.
Is it about ClickFunnels? Is it about Russell Brunson? Is it about any of those things there?
No.
It's not, guys. It has to be about the other person. If you walk into a sales meeting and you say, our program, our product, our whatever it is, does X, Y, Z, and we start giving the benefits and the features, and I think we're throwing up on people, and nope, it doesn't matter what I have because it's all about what Mike has and about Mike getting his journey where he wants to be in his life. And so, hey guys, we actually, and a lot of the times I would spend more time digging in even more about where he wants to be. But we are on a limited time here. So let's go on to question 2.
Okay.
And so we'll break, we'll go back. Hey, so Mike, thank you so much for sharing all that with me. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to dive into question number 2, because man, you painted this cool picture of changing 1 million people's lives. And how awesome and incredible is that? And you've got this goal, this vision in your head that you want to achieve, that you want to accomplish, that you know what you want to do. And you kind of mentioned there's a couple of things that are holding you back, the exposure and the team. What else is holding you back from reaching that goal, and what you need, especially with the exposure and the team, specifically for you and for your business? What are you feeling you need?
I think, you know, just from studying Russell and learning from him recently, I think that I spend a lot of times doing things that aren't in my strengths, and that definitely holds me back personally. Because I find myself doing things that I don't enjoy doing. That brings me down. It actually takes me out of creativity and out of creating content and really helping people and being with people. So I think learning how to operate more in my strengths, learning how to leverage what I don't enjoy doing, or what I, according to Russell, shouldn't be doing. And then, yeah, like I said, the exposure is huge. It's getting the message out, finding ways to get in front of people's eyeballs, right? But also, not just that. It's not just getting in front of them, but how to attract them when we're there. Like how to capture them, right? We've tried different things in the past, like different opt-ins or things like that. But I know just watching Russell work with other people in the past, like how creative his brain is at helping people figure out how to capture people when you're in front of them and move them through a process too, right? It's like, I kind of want to just shake them and go, you need to do what I say, but it's not that way. Like, I know Russell talks about, you have to like, and I know you even talk about dating, right? And like courting your customers, right? And so we don't quite know how to do that effectively yet.
So just getting through that process of, and I mean, Russell always talks about the hook, the story, the offer, and getting them through that process so that you start them out, you opt them in, you work them through the value ladder, and then you have the ability to help them at the highest level that you possibly can.
Yeah.
Okay, I love it. With the team and the things that you want to do, I'm always thinking about with Russell. He always says it's not the how, it's the who. What who's are you needing right now specifically?
I would say designers. I would say copywriters. I would say funnel builders, executors, people to actually execute the work that we decide to do, that we talk about, people to just kind of manage the different people involved, to really free Mandy and I up to work with people directly and to create content.
Okay. I mean, Mike, I'm looking at this. If you had those things with your business,
yeah,
is there anything else that you could see that would be holding you back from being successful?
No.
Okay. All righty.
Those have been the things that are slowing us down and holding us back.
Really, those are your biggest problems right now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hey, time out, guys. Hey, Mike, do I have a pretty good picture? And like I said, we would go deeper with more time and stuff.
Sure.
But do I have a pretty good picture, Mike, of where you want to be with your business, what your goals are, what you want to accomplish? And do I have a pretty good idea of what your roadblocks are and where your struggles are and what you need help with?
Yeah. I mean, the things that we've discussed would be, in my mind, why I would be applying for something like this. Like, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, so Mike now, and guys, this is a very, very typical sales call that I have with people when they come in through the lead process that Russell creates and Russell sets up, that they're saying, these are the things that I want. They are actually applying for something. It's so funny. Like sometimes I feel that when we get into these sales calls that I remember when I was a kid and I would apply for a job that I'd be like, I'm a hard worker and I'm great with people. And I'm like trying to say all these things of why you need to pick me for the job. And that's what is happening. And they're saying, these are all the things. And this is where I need help. I know what his goals are. I know what his pain points are. And so now what we're going to do is, how are we going to bridge that gap? What are we going to do here? Now, am I, as the sales guy for Russell Brunson for ClickFunnels, am I going to be the one that's going to say, Mike, let me tell you how we're going to bridge the gap? Am I going to go out and am I going to spew out all the features and benefits and all the things that happen and all the things that work with ClickFunnels and how it's good? And am I going to answer all these questions here? No. Okay. The thing that I want to do is I want Mike to tell me how Russell Brunson, how he's going to create that for him. We've already put him in a place where he's sitting down with Russell in a year and how his success is coming in. We've got all this and it's coming in and he is telling me all the things that he needs, all the reasons that he's going to buy, all the things that have been holding him back. And now he's going to tell me why he needs Russell. So let's go back in game time again. Okay. So, gosh, Mike, that I have such a good picture of what's been happening. And I appreciate you sharing that with me. It's a lot of information, and I've taken a lot of notes here on you and your particular story. And so thank you for sharing that with me. Gosh, Mike, because Russell's only one guy, and obviously as much as he wants to work with and help everybody on the planet, it's just not humanly possible. If you were given that opportunity to work with Russell and his team, how would you see that giving you the resources that you need to be able to overcome those obstacles? And reach those goals that you have of helping out 1 million people's lives and changing them and helping people to be happy? How would you see working with Russell making that difference?
I just look at what Russell has done and how he runs his team and how he's helped people in the past. And like, if we could have Russell Brunson helping us build that team, helping us know, you know, like you talk about the who, right? The who, not the how. Like, who is the who, right? I'm sure that he has, after working with so many people over the years, I'm sure he has recommendations. I'm sure that he knows good people to work with or people to not work with, right? Or how to lead them effectively. So I think that he would be able to offer us recommendations and suggestions that we're just missing right now. And I also think that, I mean, he's Russell Brunson. He knows how to get in front of people's eyes, right? So I know that he'd be able to teach us some traffic concepts and ideas. And really, it's not just about the teaching. I mean, one of the reasons why I applied for this is because I want to be able to have access to his team, to who he recommends, right? Because he's already worked with them. He's already vetted them. They already work, right? It's about me. I think working with Russell is about taking the guessing game out of it, right? Taking out the trial and error, because I see that he's already put in that trial and error. So that's, I think, one of the biggest benefits is to take advantage of what he's learned over the years, right? And applying that to my business instead of, like I said, we've been doing this for 3 years. So how many more years would we need to do it if we have to master traffic, if we have to master joint ventures, if we have to master all these things? So what I'd love to do is to plug into Russell's ecosystem that he's built for so many years. I think that would be like a shortcut.
Well, so let me ask you. I mean, let's say that it didn't work out, that you weren't a good fit. How many more years do you think this is going to take you?
Well, you know, we thought 6 months, or we thought the past 3 years were going to be 6 months. So, you know, if we think the next year is going to be a year, it's probably going to be 6 years, you know? But I think without the help, we're looking at 5+ years for sure of really getting to that goal.
Okay. So obviously, in order to have that help to speed up time, to get you that goal of helping out 1 million people, gosh, Mike, if I extend this invitation to you to work with Russell Brunson, to work with his team, to bring you aboard this program here, do you see anything at all that would hold you back from being successful and reaching and accomplishing these goals that are amazing and awesome and incredible? Would you see anything holding you back from reaching those and even exceeding them with Russell Brunson's help?
You know, I don't think that there's anything that would hold me back other than myself, really. And you know, I've done some masterminds before, quite frankly, that make me a little hesitant, just because we didn't feel like we got the help that we really needed, right? And I just, like, I love Russell. I love what he's about. I've learned more from him than a lot of other people out there, but we've been burned, you know? And so I think that's like getting out of that mindset. You know, you always have that in the back of your head. Like, is this going to be another one of those things? You know, there's so many of these kinds of things out there. And we just want to make sure that it works this time, I guess. So I guess, you know, getting out of my own head about that.
Awesome. Break. Time out, guys. Hey, this is going along and everybody's out there like, Mike's a laydown, right? He's going through, and Mike throws out an objection here and says, man, I've been burned in the past. I want it. Now, what can I do as a salesperson? Can I jump in and once again throw up all over Mike and say, why, guys, I don't know who the other mastermind was. I don't know what happened. And quite frankly, like, right now, that doesn't matter in the moment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Mike answer the question by just simply asking him another question and solving the problem on his own. So back in again, and gosh, Mike, I get that, and you know, I've been burned in business before, as well. So I totally understand that. Man, let me ask you this, Mike. What do you think is the difference between Russell Brunson, working with him, coming into his inner circle with the other things that you've seen about it and the other people that you've seen and that you've talked to or listened to their testimonials? What do you think is the difference between Russell and the previous masterminds that you've done in the past? Because Mike, let me tell you one thing. There is one way that you won't be successful. And I'm going to tell you what that is here in just a minute. But I want you to tell me what you think is the difference between Russell and the other things that have happened in the past.
I just with Russell's content, I see much more detail and specifics on the strategies, right? Whereas the mastermind that we were in before, it was more like psychology type stuff, right? And this is one of the reasons why we've been attracted to Russell and his teachings online. I would say it's just more tactical, right? Even just the free content that we've accessed online from Russell is more tactical. And like the psychology piece is important. I believe in that. But at some point, you got, like, the rubber hits the road. You got to know what to do in the moment. So I've learned more from Russell on that, just, without even being in his inner circle. So I can only imagine being in his inner circle, how that gets even more detailed. I'm sure. I'm hoping that's what I would love. So I think that, and then I see Russell working with, like I said, tapping into his resources, right? I see him helping people with his resources. And the mastermind before was just all about, like, you figure it out on your own. They have people behind the scenes, they have team, but they kind of keep them to themselves, right? And so we didn't like that. I'm looking for and hoping that Russell would be more about, let me share with you and connect you, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
That's Mike, and you hit it right on the nose that right now, with what you've had with the information, that you're really hitting the tip of the iceberg. And obviously working with Russell Brunson, that you're going to get the help that you need. But like I said, Mike, there's one way that you won't be successful. And that one way is Russell's going to tell you to do things. He's going to give you assignments. He's going to say, this is what you need to go do. And it's kind of become a joke for us that we just # do what Russell says. And that when you do what Russell says, things work, they come together, it happens. The exact same thing. If you'll go and do that work, Mike, if you'll do the things that Russell tells you to do, that seeing the successes that you guys want to see in your life are going to happen, because he has the experience, because he has the teams. So Mike, if I extend this invitation to you, will you do the things that Russell tells you to do? Will you follow through and do that? Do what he asks you, and the things that we help you with, will you do your part with it?
Oh, absolutely. We would be the best students. I mean, we've been wanting this direction for so long. So no hesitation. We would just kill ourselves making all of this happen if we knew what we were doing was leading to where we're at. I think that's the problem before, when it comes to procrastination, is it's easier to procrastinate something if you don't really know that it's gonna get you there, if you're questioning that all the time. So
do you believe that working with Russell and his team, it'll get you to where you want to be?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's done it for himself. He's done it for a lot of other people that we've seen, and that's what we want, is that direction. So yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Mike, let's get you started and get you into the inner circle and get you working with us. How's that sound?
I really want to. I really got to talk with my partners and things like that. This is definitely something we really want to do. But yeah, I mean, can I discuss with my partners?
To think about it? Is there anything in particular that you need to think of? Time out for just a minute, guys. Mike, okay, we are going to answer this question in a bonus session that we'll do later on, but we are running low on time. And this is one of my most favorite questions on the planet, when they say, I've got to think about it. And you're going to see tomorrow in the set close script. Mike, I love that you're throwing more objections at me. But we're going to talk more about this in the set close script and making sure that we have the proper people on the phone. And with the way that the funnels are designed, that if there were other people that needed to be involved already, they would have been on the phone call with us. I didn't let Mike know that beforehand. Gotcha. So he's throwing objections at me, which is
trying to help.
I love it. I love it. Hey, whenever somebody says, I need to think about it, okay,
yeah.
And just a tidbit here for you. My response to you guys is, hey, that is awesome. I totally get that. What exactly is it that you need to think about? What is it that you're not sure about? And I let them tell me, because either I've not done a good enough job explaining it, or they just need to talk through some things in their heads. And they say, well, what about this and this? And they talk about it and we go through it and we walk through the process. I'm going to get the question answered. Mike comes through. Mike, fantastic job. Love having you on here. Mike, any reason why you don't want to become part of Russell's Inner Circle?
No, I'm so in. I'm so in.
Hey guys, let's give Mike a big round of applause. This has been awesome. I love it.
Thanks a lot.
I see, Mike, I see the counter going down back there and we're live. But we will, in a bonus session, I actually want to do a Q&A with the 21-day challenge, Miles, that we're going to do that. And we're actually going to do some actual some answering those questions. So I might have you come back and do some of that with me. You want to do that?
Sounds good.
Awesome. Hey guys, let's give Mike another great big round of applause. It's been awesome.
All right.
Love it. Hey,
thanks guys
out there in the world. Hey, so this is just one part of the script. We went through it, and hey, did that seem like I was doing all the talking? Like I was the guy that was out there, that I was working through all of it, that I'm selling all the benefits? No, I ask the question and Mike answers those questions and he sells himself. It is amazing and unbelievable how that happens and how that works when I am on the phone, because the leads have been set up the right way. Now, just in case anybody out there is saying, hey, that was a total and complete laydown, I didn't know how it worked, I have just a quick video. Sarah Petty is a #1 New York Times bestseller that's going to talk a little bit about the 4-question close, about how the process works, how it's put together, and then Russell is going to close us out today. So we're going to go ahead and watch this video with Sarah. She's going to talk about it, and then Russell will end us off.
Hey, my name's Sarah Petty, and I teach portrait photographers how to make money. It's not photography, I teach them business. And years ago, I sold something high ticket. I screwed it all up. I didn't know what I was doing. And I said, I'm never doing high touch coaching again. And for years, I've sold all these lower price study at home courses. And I realized, oh my gosh, my students are getting stuck at a certain level, or I'm watching them go to other people for workshops and hands-on things. And we're also working on all of these funnels, trying to get things going, and we're ROI positive, but then we're not offering people something on the back end. So I realized, okay, I got to do this. So at the end of a $1,000 course, I created a little webinar and I made an offer of just a $4,000 course. I was super excited, got to the end, and I had one buyer. And I was like, okay, something's wrong, because these guys are in love with this course. They said they've learned more than they've ever learned, and then yet they're not enrolling themselves in the next level. And so I scraped and scrounged, and I kind of got out of that. And then a month ago, we were getting ready to do it again, and I came across Robbie, and Robbie said, Sarah, this is all you need. And I was thinking, Robbie, what, one piece of paper is going to do it for me? Well, we did. At the end of this course, we said, apply if you want to go onto our year-long program, which now is a $14,400 program. It's not even a $4,000 program anymore. Of course, they didn't know that, but completely different thing. But I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I only sold one. And now what am I going to do? How am I going to sell a higher ticket thing? And I realized that while we've made literally millions of dollars from Russell's webinar formula over the last few years, you can't sell high ticket from a webinar. It's not about the stack. The stack is my favorite thing. And you get this, you get this, you get this. High ticket selling is completely different. And that's what I learned from Robbie. So I took this 4-question application. I was so nervous to use it. We had people apply, and I was like, I got all nervous, and I got my whole office cleaned, and I went into the call thinking, oh my gosh, Robbie, what have you gotten me into? And I built some rapport, and I started with question 1, let them talk. Question 2, question 3, question 4. They're selling me by the end. I hadn't even gotten into like a stack, and they're giving me credit card number, or a couple of them wire transferred. And where's my number? $79,485 was my total. Biggest high ticket launch we've ever had. And it was so much easier They just did all the talking. So if you're sitting there telling yourself you don't want to do high ticket, or you don't know if this can work, this piece of paper will be worth the entire investment of coming here today. It is worth every penny, literally.
All right, everybody, welcome back. That was awesome, Sarah Petty. Thank you for sharing your story. And thank you, Robbie and Mike, for the last session. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I think it was a lot of fun going through that and seeing it actually happening. It's fun when we actually have the big call center with 60 salespeople. I used to go down, go down and just sit in the room and just listen to people talk for hours. It was so fun to see. So fun to see it in action when it's actually working. So it's really cool. All right. So that said, you guys, we are going to take a little bit of a break. We'll play some videos during the break. We'll get started again at the top of the hour. When we come back, I'm going to be going deep into the actual high ticket funnels that we use, what they look like, what the email sequences look like, all the little intricacies, all the little tiny little things that I've never really shared or shown anybody before. We can go in deep into. I'm going to show you the applications, the questions, what we ask, how we ask them, why we ask them, a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's going to be a ton of fun. So with that said, you guys, appreciate you. During the break, if you can comment down below, tell Robbie, tell Mike, tell everyone thank you. Let them know your thoughts, your feedback, any questions, things like that, your biggest takeaways, your biggest ahas mean the world to us. And we'll be back with you guys at the top of an hour, about an hour from now, for module number 4, which is the actual high ticket funnel, how it works, why it works, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So see you guys at the top of the hour.
We moved here when I was 11 years old, moved here from South Africa, and decided to move here, better life, better opportunities. We sold everything. We opened our doors, put a for sale sign. People would come and buy our dishes and silverware and my Legos and my marbles and all that stuff. Packed the rest of the stuff into 2 suitcases. So I had to leave a lot of stuff that I couldn't bring. It was sad. And I don't have any videos of myself growing up. I wish I did, and it's tough. Well, there was one family that had, they would always bring their camera and they have more photos, and I'm like, God, I don't have enough photos of me. Not having that photos makes a big difference. My name is Josh Pather with Photo Booth International. We manufacture photo booths and photo kiosks for the event rental and the retail industry. We help entrepreneurs start a photo booth rental business and create opportunities for them and help change lives. So my journey started, I was a wedding DJ for about 3 years, and I had a business partner that went to a wedding, and he saw a photo booth there. And he called me up, he said, hey, I think I can do it better. We went to Home Depot, we got some screws, some nails, pieces of wood, and just a couple $100 and built a box with a photo booth. We used a inkjet printer, and we made our first photo booth. And so that's how we got started. Took it out, did our first event. It was a big hit at the party. They were just all crowding around it. Everybody was happy. It was a memorable time that it created for those people, Here we have number 1, booth 1, actually. That's what we used to call it. I still have the computer that used to go in here. So this is where it all started. We started growing, added 2 photo booths, 4 photo booths. So we were growing rapidly every year and started getting bigger clients. They were requesting more crazy things. Like we had a ball pit photo booth. We had branded photo booths that we did for Facebook and Pizza Hut. And at any given Saturday, we had about 10 to 15 events going on at the same time. So eventually we ran into a scaling problem, and we had more business than we could handle, but we couldn't service everybody. So at that point, we decided to show people how to do this and offer it as a business opportunity. So this is the sales office here, and once they come in through the funnel, then they come in here to our system, CRM system, and then one of the guys will call them and talk to them about the product, let them know what we offer, our training. But yeah, this is the first point of contact, is over here. Yeah, so we had a lot of people asking us at every event, like, hey, how can we get involved in this? We want to start this in our own city. And so we started taking those inquiries, and we showed them everything we've done here in Dallas, and they were really interested. And so we started selling the photo booths. Now we were able to build a product, pack it up, ship it to them. And we just have to make sure that they can find us. And we add a lot of value by telling them about all the stuff that we had to go through and training them and teaching them through YouTube. And it builds the trust. And then they come in and purchase, and they feel comfortable and confident that they could buy this product and start their own business. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and click on that. So over here, we got some more photos from our customers, Photo Booth International Family, hashtag. So that's all of our customers here, and get to follow them and see their journey and get to remember like where we came from. So the challenge for us was, we have a niche product, and being able to present to them that they're not just buying a photo booth, but they're buying an opportunity. And so we give them information up front so that they can see like this can be your dream business that you've always wanted. We have to do that, in the right way. And we do that through using our website and our funnels. With the ClickFunnels implemented, we're able to get a lot more leads because we have a lot more front-end funnels, different offers targeting different groups of people. And now we've implemented with ClickFunnels, and now they provide the information, they get the free download, PDF or the book or different things that we offer to them. And on the back end, we can provide the training to them. We can even help them. We actually build funnels for them now and provide it to them so that they can start their business and get more leads for their business. Everybody wants to be part of a family, right? And you want that family that's going to support you and take care of you and help you. And so that's the kind of environment that we have for our customers, and that we make them feel welcome, and we make them feel accepted, and that they're going to be taken care of. I know the struggle. I started from zero, and we didn't have all the tools. So I want to make sure that if you come and buy from us, that you have everything you need to be successful. We give you the tools, you build the empire, and it's what I wish I had whenever I started. It's crazy to think that, these machines that just come from designs on pieces of paper, put some LED lights in it, a camera and printer, and now it's like people buy them and it's changing their lives. I'm grateful for where we are today. It's been able to provide a lot of jobs. It's all the way down, it's like different layers of the effect. The photos and the photo booth and all that is just having that memory in time. When you think about memories, like when you go over to your family's house and you look through old photo albums, like those photos came from individual people, but now with the photo booth, they're capturing those moments, and you can always go back and just have a warm feeling inside and a good memory.
This guy is a gentleman who sells beats, not headphones, but like actually beats to rappers.
It started at that first funnel hacking live that I went to. It was 2 years ago. I showed up. I thought I think I'm probably in the wrong place. This is not going to work for me. I'm not in an industry where I'm going to make enough money. And also knowing that, okay, I'm going to a Russell Brunson event. He's probably going to pitch something, right? But I was like, I'm not going to buy it. It's like whatever it is.
Today I want to talk about having you guys move from this tier up to the next tier.
And so I remember when he talked about that consulting program, I was like, okay, well, I'm not getting this. I'm not going to spend the money. I already told myself I'm not going to. I don't think it's for me. I remember that night, I was really kind of anxious and depressed, and I was feeling down. And I realized that for me to not sign up for that, it meant that I didn't believe in myself. So then it was wait a second. Up to that point, I had gotten so much value from Russell and from ClickFunnels, where every time I had sort of learned something from Russell or I had bought any product from Russell, the return on that was so much bigger than whatever time I'd put into whatever money I'd spent. I believed in the process. I believed in Russell and the ClickFunnels team. I knew that this is the way forward. So I signed up for that consulting program, and it was one of the best decisions I could have made. The first year I signed up, I learned stuff that I didn't even expect to learn, where I thought I'd learn how to get more leads and sales. And I did, but I also learned about business. I learned about how to grow a team, how to communicate with the team, how to set goals, how to do project management, all this stuff that I didn't even really realize at the time I needed. I think that's sometimes the benefit from getting consulting is that there's the stuff that you, what do they say? There's stuff that you know, stuff that you don't know, and the stuff that you don't know that you don't know. So like, I didn't even know that I needed all that stuff in place to support this other thing. Because I was in that program, I was able to learn that. And that's what created the foundation and the structure where now I could actually start to grow the business more.
This is embarrassing. I'm crying. I'm literally crying because I was, ready to give up on music. I really thought that this dream I had was done. But now instead, I have a life that it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that that's my life.
Nothing like coming home from the 2 Comma Club cruise to this bad boy. So you can see marketing here. It actually says, please video your 2 Comma Club or 2 Comma Award unboxing and upload the video. So
the really cool thing that I've learned over the last couple of years about goals is that once you achieve one, all of a sudden 10 new ones are born, and they're ones that you wouldn't have even imagined before you achieved the one under it.
Hey mamas, Lauren Golden here. And if you're new to
My first goal was just to have a way where I could show up as the mom that I wanted to be and still provide an income for my family so that we could pay our bills. That's where we started here. And then it was, okay, I want to have this way to have leverage in my life so that I can make money that's not attached to my time. And then it was like, oh my gosh, this is like, okay, this is working. And then we see the people on stage and it was like, I think I can do that. Like, I'm not totally sure, but like, I think I can. I'm going to, but not by myself. And I think that's where the consulting side of ClickFunnels comes in.
we got packing peanuts galore here, people. Okay. I'm like kind of shaking. It's very weird. Yay!
Utilizing ClickFunnels as a software is great. Utilizing ClickFunnels as this team of consultants and humans is going to make you do things you didn't even know that you were capable of doing. You have someone who gets to know you. You have someone who can be there for you when stuff's not working and really see things in a way that you're not going to as an entrepreneur because you are too darn close to it. I'm always learning. I'm a perpetual student. But I think for me, it's like there's technology and there's e-learning and then there's relationships. And relationships are so much more powerful. It's a movement because it is a community of people brought together for a common purpose, goal, mission, lifestyle, all of these things. And so I think what I would say about this world is like jump in it because it's going to make you a better person inside and out. It's not just going to help you walk across the stage next year.
Growing up as a kid, like I was super introverted, weird, outcast type of guy. Once I hit like 17 or 18, I wanted to chase status, money, career. Like I was just salivating for anything that would like prove that I'm worth something. Didn't matter what contract I would get, what girlfriend I would get, or like, it just didn't matter. It was just always so shallow and it never felt solid. It just felt so fickle and just fleeting. Before I wasn't even looking for a solution to my malcontent. And when I had my son Noble is when I was like, oh no, like I've made a lot of mistakes in my life and I want to help him out. And so I wrote this book called Zenpig and I just took it to my mastermind kind of as like a, hey, look what I did. And they're like, we love it. we need you to make it available to all of our kids. So yeah, I mean, that is an accident. I own a business called ZenPig, and it's primarily at its core a children's book series. And it teaches children mindfulness, gratitude, compassion, self-love, self-care, all the good stuff. Originally, I thought I was just gonna write one. I wasn't worried about like the money or anything. I was concerned more about like, am I gonna embarrass myself and fall on my face with this, you know? Like I'd have to do like odd jobs, but still like keeping ZenPig alive, making sure this isn't going anywhere. I was unconsciously rebelling against marketing and how business is done. Like I was so afraid of being viewed as like egotistical or like salesy. But once I embraced and reframed how I viewed sales and how I viewed business and how I viewed marketing, that's when the game changed. It was like I gave myself permission or something, and then it was to the moon. Hey everybody, it's Mark Brown, and this is my son, Noble. Today, we're gonna read ZenPig, and we hope you join us and enjoy the. I remember sitting on my couch that first night, and like I just kept getting an email like order, and I was like, what is going on? And I know like 300 units, this doesn't sound like a lot, but to just have a Facebook post and not have any background or network or anything, I was just like blown away. This was year 4. You know, I was working some odd job and I'm just heartbroken. I've got this message and like, I'm not doing what I need to do to get it out. I made the decision that come hell or high water, I will reframe, I will redefine however I have to do to get this message out. And that is truly what I did. When I started, I had no comprehension of a funnel. Back end, nope. Repeat business, nope. Average cart value, nope. So going into funnel world, you learn about all of those things. It's not just about a software. It's about this whole skill set of building up your customers' value and studying the different facets. And so like, okay, well, now I'm going to learn about Facebook ads for 4 weeks. Now I'm going to learn about Dream 100 for 4 weeks. Now I'm going to learn about ClickFunnels for 4 weeks. Just nurturing all those seeds so that something can be yielded that can not only support me, but also get my message out. So what I noticed when I switched to the funnel was that a couple things happened. 1, my email list went through the roof. 2, my average cart value was way better. I had more flexibility with like, okay, so I have a large amount of this product. I can put that at the next funnel step. Whereas like with a traditional type situation, you're just kind of hoping they stumble on this product in this other section of your catalog. So it gives me way more flexibility on like what I want to expose the customer to. So when I first started, I was selling like average 200 a month. Now I'm selling 6,000 a month. So it's like stark difference to what it used to be, but that's nothing compared to where it's going. When I created ZenPig, I knew that I wanted the brand to be philanthropic in some way. And so I reached out to every clean water charity that you can imagine. There was one charity, it was called Mocha Club, and they were like, okay, give us this much per book and we can give somebody clean water for a year. And so like that happened, and it was like, it's been the most amazing partnership because every copy sold provides somebody clean water for a year. Like a kid understands what that means. Over 100,000 people have provided clean water. And that is because of ZenPig fans, not because of me. I'm so proud of them for giving that to the world. Eons ago, on a green grassy knoll, lived a pleasant little pig who always seemed quite whole. He enjoyed his life much more than most because he took the time to look at things close. Wherever he was always there, ready and willing to be fully aware. That ZenPig is special, is what others would say. Yet ZenPig denied and said, I'll show you the way. Care for each other as much as yourself, and never lose sight that love is true wealth. I truly don't care if Noble is the highest paid lawyer in America or if he's a trash man, just as long as he is sure of himself and confident and resilient. That's what I want him to be. I just want him to have some grounding to his existence, to his journey. So I just hope that I can show him and not just tell him how to do that. I want him to have those books. I want him to have me as an example through my actions of how you can get through it, because I feel like everybody will hit at least one rock bottom in their life. They're just going to. It's just part of the human experience. But they have to choose to get back up. They have to. Like, I'm just trying to make sure that he's got these things in his toolbox, in his toolkit, that can help him climb out of it, to make the right decision and to put one more foot in front of the other, to just keep going, man. Just keep going.
I went to this small school in Houston, Texas, and across the street was a small low-income school where kids would go. And I didn't understand why it was that I went to a nicer school, and then across the street, there was a school with kids that didn't go to as good of a school. I actually would go there and teach them math and then dance. And then from there, I started tutoring kids in every subject. And then as these children kept growing up, they started needing help with their essays and their application and everything else. And they wanted to figure out what they wanted to do in life. They trusted me, and I'd become part of the family with a lot of these kids where, you know, I'm going into people's houses and you become part of the family in a lot of ways. So really it all started with tutoring as a volunteer to now, you know, we work with students all across the world to get into some of the most competitive schools across the country, and then provide these teens with mentorship that honestly you can't get through the current education system.
And it's very clear that, you know, there's a lot of little changes that we can do.
My name is Neha Gupta, and I'm the founder of College Shortcuts and Teenage Mastermind. College Shortcuts is based around really helping students find what they're passionate about through pairing them with mentors that are close to their age, and then helping them in the college admissions process of how do you actually interview, how do you put your resume together, how do you present yourself, and how to put together an application where, you know, someone has only maybe 3 to 4 minutes to review, but you really know how to stand out in the process. I found my gift at the age of 15. It's why I believe that there is a shortcut for people to find their passion if you're put into the right experiences and you have the right opportunities. It was very natural to end up doing education because we had that running through our blood. My dad went to the #1 school in the world. It's called IIT, and it's the most competitive school out of India. And he grew up, you know, wearing Bata slippers, walking to school, taking a bike to school. He didn't grow up with any money. And so he's always believed that school is one of the best ways. It's your golden ticket. It's the equalizer. I related with him the most. Our personalities are extremely similar. He was charismatic, driven, intelligent. And, you know, at the dinner table, all we talked about was entrepreneurship all the time. And I think one of the biggest things my father taught me was the power of impact. It's just about being inspired to want to do that. I've had to grow up as a CEO big time in the last few years. At the very beginning, I was the 1-800 number. I was the tutor. I was the accountant. I was building websites myself. I was doing everything myself. And I didn't know what I was doing at all. And this was during a time where people didn't feel comfortable paying online with their credit cards. We were using PayPal for some payment processing if they trusted it, or else we did checks most of the time. I would go to the people's houses after sessions were done at the end of the day, and I'd go and I'd pick up checks. Imagine if you're doing that for a year's worth of salary amount of hours was how I started this company. And there wasn't what we have now on the internet. So to me, to go from that and then to get to where we are now, where we work with kids, not in Houston, but like nationally and globally, and the ability to scale like that, that's all due to the fact that we built a funnel that worked. ClickFunnels allowed me to take what I did in one city and literally take it and just blow it up. That's why so many people love ClickFunnels, because it opens the world to what's possible. And when I first started with funnels, it's not like I turned on a funnel and I made a bunch of money. I wish that was the case for everybody. What I did was I created an online webinar, which I had never done before. Before, you just called in, you talked to us, and then you bought or you didn't buy. So this is something where I got to create my own training video, explain what is our process, how we do what we do, and some tips and tricks for parents, if they sign up or not, that they could learn. And I did 150 live webinars before I decided to, really take it to the next level in the webinar space. So at first in the online marketing spaces, we were selling online courses. But what we found was what worked was one-on-one coaching, which is what I specialized in to begin with. So for us, we took what worked and we 100x'd it. That's really what happened with funnels. It created opportunity and growth. The fact that I don't have to be attached to my phone all the time anymore. I'm not the one that's doing all the sales calls like I did for 9 years. I'm not the one doing the actual coaching. I can have freedom. It's made life so much easier. I can go to the gym, I can have tea time, I can slow down. So for me, it's just allowed so much more joy. And to me, I think that's really a huge level of confidence that only came after really understanding funnels and building online businesses and really making a difference.
Well, joining us now to talk more about this is Neha Gupta, author of College Shortcuts.
Neha Gupta is the founder and CEO of College Shortcuts.
I have found that education is one of the most important things when it comes to a child's experience in their academic career. So we at College Shortcuts, what we do is we help teenagers get paired with supercharged Ivy League siblings.
The second thing that's really big is I started my own foundation called the Dream Life Foundation. And that is to help funnel more projects towards nonprofit work, possibly giving our online course to low-income schools, building more schools around the world. That's what funnels did for us. So it just feels like the world's endless of what I could do. I never thought that I'd be able to build a school in Africa. I just said, I'm just going to go do this. When I was there, I think they were so surprised at the color of my skin, my hair. They couldn't stop touching my hair. But to me, I think the coolest part about it was just the fact that I was a visual representation of what was possible for them. And I named my classroom the Gupta School of Dreams. I felt like naming that the classroom made sure that kids knew that they could have a dream and that they could make it happen. And to me, I feel that, if they have the right mentorship, it can make all the difference. And I will tell you, that trip totally changed my life. It's been only 14 months since that trip. And it's been the biggest growth. Our business scaled 400% in the last 12 months. I was making this much and I hit a wall every year because I thought that's all I needed. To when I went to Kenya and I realized how much more impact I needed to make, because I knew that I had a mission to serve on this planet.
So Redline Steel was a company that kind of just fell in my lap. Initially, I wanted to purchase something for my son. It was a really cool steel sign, and it had a place where you could engrave your name. And it was this guy swinging a bat like this, looked super realistic, and all I wanted to do was be a consumer. I'll give you the short story. The guy ended up being very backlogged, said that he couldn't make this for me within a certain amount of time. He would reach back out whenever he was caught up. So I said, no worries. 10 minutes later, he reached out and said, holy crap, it's Colin Wayne. Can't believe it's you. I'd love to be at your level one day. used to be a fitness model, landed over 50 magazine covers like Men's Health, Men's Fitness, Muscle and Fitness, Ironman, and so many magazine publications around the world. And I was making good money. Don't get me wrong, 30, 40 grand a month doing nothing but doing modeling without a PR firm, without an agency. That's cool. But at what point is like, what's next? As soon as he said that, instinctively, something triggered. Like without hesitation, I said, well, maybe I can get you to that level. I do consulting with businesses. And, I see a lot of opportunity. Over the course of about 90 days, it ended up evolving where I wanted to partner. He agreed. And the day he was supposed to sign, he didn't show up. I told him, if you're not here within the next hour, I'm going to open my own company and I'll be your competitor. And so he said, well, I wish you the best of luck. And the very next day, I went and purchased my first plasma table.
Got a big air compressor, our CNC plasma. I like this business. I want something that's mine, something that I can build from scratch.
See what 1,000 labels look like. A lot of customers, a lot of orders. 10,185, and it is 844. Almost 1,200 orders so far today. It's just 4:30.
We are around about 58,000 pieces or products.
We are, to be transparent, pretty damn backlogged. This is from ClickFunnels. Anytime you do over $1 million in revenue, they'll send you one of these plaques. How cool is that, huh? We list 4 to 6 weeks manufacturing lead times on the website. In some cases, up to 8. Today, I'd love to hit $100,000 in sales. Yeah. We signed a 10-year lease for a new building. It's 108,000, like 960 square feet.
A year from now, things are going to look completely different. The challenges are going to be completely different.
Anger from people who never received the gifts they ordered. Business failed to keep its promises. Some customers have been waiting since Thanksgiving.
More problems tonight for Redline Steel.
Redline Steel.
Redline Steel, 3,000 orders that still need to be shipped.
More than $100,000.
They have new management and are actually fully staffed.
Last 5% of the overdue orders. We have reached out to Redline Steel several times. Management declined to appear on camera.
Naja, it's been about a month since we first told everyone about the backup here at Redline Steel, but the owner tells me he and his team are working their hardest and working relentlessly to make it up to their customers.
I'd like to first off apologize for anybody that did not receive their order. I'm upset with myself because we didn't get this out. I made a promise to these customers. I wasn't able to deliver.
Because of the mistake, Wayne says he expected to get complaints from customers across the country who ordered items online, but Wayne says some people took it too far.
Other bystanders and other competitors that are actually attacking myself and my family and threatening my employees. They posted something with my home address, and I've got a 2-year-old daughter that's there.
To answer the question many people are asking, Wayne says the backup was due to a vital machine going down.
A lot of it was out of our control.
Wayne says that machine feeds most of the equipment in the company's facility. He says he hired more people and worked longer hours to try and combat the issue, but it didn't work. Now the company is offering those customers a refund and trying to get items out the door as soon as possible.
We are going to do everything we can to make it right for everybody that got left out for this Christmas delivery.
This year, there were some massive takeaways from that. So essentially, one of the biggest things was now we're leveraging stock items and bundle packs.
So we have multiple shells, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, all the way down to hotel. I've got at least $4 million in raw material ready to be shipped. So this is one of my main prospecting funnels. So we ship thousands of these on a weekly basis, and those are all prospected through landing pages. And so from this, we upsell them on a hope and a love, which we have inventory of as well. And then we'll ship the exact same piece to thousands of customers across the country using a funnel.
That's what we've done this year that's uniquely different than last year. Last year, it was more, how many orders can we get in the door without a clean and precise strategy of what is the KPIs that we can take away from this year. And we're actually using funnels for the first time for retargeting. Whereas we only used it for prospecting, now we're using it, and we built several landing pages built through ClickFunnels so that we can leverage our own internal audience to purchase higher average order value costs. So instead of more orders, which is equating to more product manufacturing and flows through the entire shop, I would rather put an emphasis on what can I do as a value perspective to the consumer so that they spend more money. So value tiers.
If we're not innovating and adapting to those changes, we're not making it better. We're going to make it worse in the long term. The world's constantly revolving. It's moving. Same with marketing. What's working today will not work tomorrow. This is what's scary, right? If you're using a traditional website right now, it's going to be so expensive for you to market and attribute new customers for growth in the future that if you're not finding good tools to sharpen, and get higher conversion rates, you're going to be left behind, because these large corporations are shifting their marketing budgets into paid traffic across social media. So right now is the best time to get started.
It's going to get very hectic. So we're going to have to push out certain Instagram, Facebook.
All right, guys, y'all ready to see the past weeks? We have 14 different items that are available now for 24 hours. So all the way until Saturday, it's 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. This was our most common voted pick out of all of the previous 11 weeks. This is a teal finish, guys. We also have a blue, which is kind of a navy blue. So if you like the dream catcher, let us know. When we first started off, I had no clue what I was doing. We didn't start out with this. What you see right behind me, this isn't how we started. When I first started, we actually had a kitchen oven, and we hot rolled steel together and made our own powder coat oven. When I look back at like 3 years ago to where we're at right now, it's insane, the difference.
Essentially 6 months or so, we grossed over $1 million in revenue. Year 2, we did close to 10 million. And then to date, we've done almost $40 million. Without funnels, we couldn't do that. So for us, we use ClickFunnels in a sense that we acquire customers at a low cost item on a perception of a high retail product. We could sell a 12-inch cursive love for $6 and free shipping, where most companies are like, I can't even get the raw material for this. Well, it's because we trust the process. It's a long-term thing. And it's about how can I convert this into purchase 3, 4, 5, 6 different times to stretch that lifetime value. Funnels is the way to do that. So from a business standpoint, it's allowed our company to grow very, very rapidly. It's allowed us to have, almost 1 million customers by the end of year 3. And it's evolving, and the evolution of Redline is going to continue to scale and grow well beyond what we initially envisioned.
This is my second time coming here. Third grade, I came here for a field trip, and my mom brought me along with my entire third grade class, but I haven't been here since. And to be personally invited by the governor for my business, and I can't even put it into words. Like, I'm still in my 20s, and we're getting asked by the president of the United States, the local governors. What's great about that is keeping that momentum and keeping it moving in a positive direction. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So May 3rd, 2012, to date that I'll always remember, I was working out in the gym in the Paktika province in Afghanistan, and a 107 millimeter rocket impacted about 3.5 feet from me. From the grace of God, I'm still alive. And I'm the type of guy that looks 10 years ahead and wants to support not only myself, but certain veterans. So the big vision is that Redline, essentially what I could see is almost a rehabilitation center for veterans and an outreach program to get them back into the workforce. building a compound, let's say 300, 400 acres, having essentially everything that you would need within the compound of our own installation. So having barracks where people can live, having some type of recreation center where people can gather and have some type of culture that's continuing to evolve and grow and build. It's not just the money play. I love concept to reality and also the humanitarian side where there's a lot of homeless veterans that need the chance. They need something to look forward to. And all they need is a small stepping stone. And so I want to be a voice for those people. Unlike a lot of people, we work 80, 90, 100 hours a week. It's literally a whatever it takes mentality. When things are doing great, I tend to throw a wrench in it and we end up making crazy decisions. I thrive under pressure, the same way that our steel's made. It takes literally the air that we're breathing, and it has chambers of high pressure tanks, low pressure tanks, and that's what makes our steel. It's the same thing as an entrepreneur that's going through these journeys. We all go through it. Everybody does. Trust me, you're not alone. And that is how growth happens. And that being uncomfortable should, in theory, push you to be so much stronger. And then that's how you truly learn. You learn from those setbacks. You learn from those mistakes, and you say, that's not going to happen again. That setback is a set up for your future. That's how you can scale and build the foundation that's needed to grow a massive empire.
Every human being at a certain level has been programmed to desire more. I want more. Should I go for more? Should I not go for more? But why do I want more? The problem is that we're so stuck in our own patterns, we're so stuck in our own routines that it's impossible to actually get what we want. And I'm like, how is this possible that I'm not getting what I want? Because I learned what I should do. I read the book from the smart guy who said, I should do this. I do what he says I should do, but I keep on shooting myself in the face. And then we begin to go towards more and we fall right off the cliff. So we try harder and we just keep falling harder and harder off the cliff. And when we get to that place in person, now all of a sudden there comes this moment where we have to acknowledge, hey, you know what? Possibly the way I'm thinking is not going to work.
If you're not already where you want to be, it's because you don't currently have what you need to get there.
I knew that I needed someone.
Who we are couldn't stay the same. For us to achieve the goal that we're shooting for, I'd never thought that I could go out and speak and get advice from somebody who was at a level that was way beyond where I was.
I need to be in the proximity of the winners. I need to be in the proximity of those people that think different.
So I joined the coaching program and I just binge watched my face off.
Just dove in head first, and within a half of the first day, knew this was the place for us.
I was signing up for a marketing consulting program, right? So I thought I'd learn how to get more leads and sales. And I did, but I also learned about all this stuff that I didn't even really realize at the time I needed.
I got to learn. I became more resourceful because now I have access to the coaches that have been there that can actually see the blind spots, and that will speed up the process, and time is money.
It's a beautiful thing because there's people like us here. They're here to learn and they're here to help other people.
It's like when you put yourself in that environment with those people, whether it be the coaches or the students.
Just having that network of people just completely changed the game for us.
And honestly, with this community and with these mentors and coaches and people, I do feel like I can do anything.
There's a lot of power in the community.
Aligning with somebody that was the expert is the fastest way to grow and help more people. The associations and the groups, that's priceless. Those are things that you can't get.
Every big business deal and pivot that we've done has been the result of a relationship.
It takes a village, right? It's not a one-person show at all.
You're not just one funnel away, you're one person away.
I lead from what I live, and when I'm lost on the way, as I pursue new versions of me, I hunt for individuals who can help show me the way. It's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game. Because if you could get there on your own, well, then we wouldn't need each other. And if we don't need each other, then we would ultimately have no purpose in life.
I remember like it was yesterday. It was my sister's birthday and everybody else was in the kitchen having root beer floats. And I was in a different room with him and he was just drinking and he thought it would be fun to let me try it. So he did again and again. Which is, it's kind of odd considering you're only 4 and you're drunk, like shot after shot after shot, to the point to where I remember walking down the hallway to go to my bedroom and couldn't walk straight, bumping side to side into the wall, just trying to get into the room. You know, it was a rough 10 years. It was a rough 10 years. It wasn't my father. It was my sister's dad. He was my father figure, and he was a 3rd-degree black belt. And he was very physically abusive, verbally, mentally. And unfortunately, he was a drug addict and an alcoholic as well. So any little thing that triggered him, I was the source of his outlet, I guess. I was his training partner, I guess you could say. But I mean, I learned from it. Yeah, it toughened me up. I learned how to take a strike. Unfortunately, it shouldn't have happened that way, but I think I've done okay, you know, considering, you know, the type of, well, trauma that that somebody would have to go through for, you know, 10 years of their life. You know, lost my childhood, you know, that from 2 to 12. I mean, that's, you know, you're supposed to be playing chutes and ladders, you know, not drinking bourbon. My name's Tony Giannini. I run martial arts businesses, and I have an online site called dojohero.com where we help other school owners run better classes and help them to grow their school. I also have 2 brick and mortar martial arts facilities here in South Jersey. And we also do a transported martial arts business where we send buses to the schools around here and we pick them up and we bring them back to the karate facility.
I want to ask how you're feeling today. The ladder over here, fantastic, sir. Everybody feeling today? Let's start off with 10 jumping jacks. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I met Dana in my karate school. She came to do kickboxing class. I only caught her coming in, you know, like once or twice before. And the girl that was teaching it knew that I had a thing for blonde hair and blue eyes, I guess. And she said, oh, you guys would make a great couple. So she had introduced us. She's beautiful. I mean, white dress, long blonde hair, blue eyes sparkling. Yeah, it was a sight to see. I remember we were at Echelon Mall. She was saying that her legs were very, very tired and weak. I just remember her getting out and only walking a few steps, and then she had to sit down on the curb. So that was the very first, like, real sign that we both saw as far as, like, the decline in her legs. Like, that was the first time that she ever had to stop. We had an appointment to go see a neurologist, and they did CAT scans and everything else. And we went to her office and we were sitting there, and I just remember being very cold, you know, said, oh yeah, you got MS. She was like, there's nothing we can do. I mean, we can just hope that we can stop the progression from moving forward. And she got up and basically walked out of the room. It was about 18 months after Jack was born. And then later on found out that sometimes pregnancy will trigger a dormant MS that's within you. I just thought to myself, I'm like, what is she gonna do if something happens and she needs me here? You know, if I'm at work every single night until 8 or 9 o'clock. So I kind of read the writing on the wall and started thinking about different ways to kind of curb that and figure out, what I need to do in order to be home, basically. I wanted to do something online because I figured that was probably my best opportunity to do something that I was good at, which is martial arts. And that's where I kind of found the drills niche for me, because that's what I was really good at. That's where I first started to get a better idea as to what I needed to do. And it also led me to realize that this isn't probably something that I'm going to do. Because working on a website, that type of thing, just was foreign to me. I didn't want to do it, to be honest with you. I wanted to go kick stuff. I want to go hit stuff. I don't want to sit at a computer, but I knew that it had to get done. So once I realized that I couldn't do it, I had to seek out somebody that could. I just remember like 2 months going by, and it was only supposed to take 4 weeks to get the whole thing done. And I kept getting the runaround about, oh yeah, we're, everything's going really great. The pages look awesome. I'll send you over some examples. Cool. Weeks go by, don't get any examples, don't hear anything, don't see anything. I don't even know if they started. I don't even think they started on the site, to be honest with you. I don't think they ever even worked on it. And then I never saw anything. I never got anything. There was no way for me to know whether or not they even did one thing on that. It was very, very frustrating. Having that inability to do something for yourself, right? That's dealing with a website. It's painful. It's painful when you have to rely on others to get things done and you don't have the power in your hands. This guy came over for an interview one day and he's like, well, this is what I can do for you. And I was impressed. I was like, how are you making all these pages like so fast? Oh, I use a software called ClickFunnels. I had this idea and I was like, you know what? Our industry needs this, because martial arts guys, when it comes to computer stuff, building websites and that type of thing, we're not that great at it. And about 2 weeks of me playing around in there, I had built 65, 70 funnels for everything you could think of, from parents' night outs to summer camps to lead generators, like full blown out from page one, the opt-in, all the way to the thank you page, like 4 or 5 steps. I just didn't give up. I was like, there's no going the other way anymore. I was like, I got to figure this out. I got to figure this out. There's no option. And that was the best option for me. So many people make excuses and don't believe that they can learn something just because they don't like it. Listen, I didn't like it. I'm glad that I learned it. Like I said, it puts the power right back in your hands. And then it's just, what's your imagination? What's your limit? What are you going to come up with? Well, it doesn't really matter. Now you can come up with whatever you want and just build it. It's funny when I think about it, because to think that I spent maybe $500 on the camera, the lights, the lavalier, and to think that I'm still using all the same stuff today. Within 5-year period, I'm right at almost $1 million just on the website by itself. To have a website do that kind of number without having to put a ton of effort into it after the initial effort, that's pretty good. And when you think about the return on investment on what I had to spend on a camera and lights and a backdrop, and then you put on top of it how many people you've helped, the money's that's just a side factor. That comes when you provide a good product. It's a game of speed, almost like a game of tag on the back. So what we're going to do, it's not that difficult. What's difficult is getting inside your own head and letting that defeat mentality take over. Build on the drill and then just let them have at it. It'll create a ton of energy in your classes. I'm Tony with DopeHero.com. We'll see you next time. It's that constant, what we used to call baby steps in class. Well, okay, you can't do this today. That's fine. Take a step towards it. And every day, if you do that, it's going to compound on each other, and eventually you'll be able to get to where you need to go. But just don't overwhelm yourself, because you can do it. And it doesn't matter if it's a karate kick or if it's learning how to use ClickFunnels. If you want to be happy, try to find something that you love. For me, how can I not be happy? I teach martial arts to kids for a living. It's the greatest job there is.
I remember the first time I decided I wanted to work out. I was walking with my mother. She used to walk me to school at like 5 a.m. because she had to catch the bus to go work downtown Chicago. And one day, we were walking, and we see this guy was coming towards us, right? And, you know, he was wearing a big hood and a big jacket, which is normal. We didn't think any of it. Until he pulled out a gun, man, and he put it in my mom's face. You know, it's like, yo, give me the purse. She just froze. Then he put the gun in my face. He said, give me the purse. And she gave him the purse. And I don't remember a lot after that, but I do remember the feeling. It's like, yo, I don't want nothing like that to happen to my mom. I was real concerned about being strong from that point on. It wasn't for looks. It wasn't for health. I wanted to be able to defend myself. But it became so much more than that when I saw how it changed my personality. It changed. I feel like I had more confidence. I just saw everything change just from working out. It was like the spark. And then I started helping other people at that point. I saw how it changed them. And what I noticed is they start to think, man, what else can I accomplish? And then they start setting bigger goals in other areas of their lives. And I fell in love with that feeling of helping people. I kind of knew I was going to do that in some capacity for the rest of my life.
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. I want to welcome to the stage, and I want to get a loud round of applause for Brandon Carter.
Let me ask you, I don't want to make no assumptions. Why are you here today?
Being in the game for, I won't age myself, but a long time. Mm-hmm. The online training situation appeals to me, and I'm in the process of doing some other things that I think I could integrate it with as well.
Okay, cool.
Well, what you do, so I'm like, I want to be.
I didn't want to cut off that compliment. What about you?
I really like the idea of making money online.
I like that idea too. What about you, homie?
I want to be able to help more people, but I'm stuck at the gym all day long.
Yeah, you are.
And I can only see 8 people, so I want to take that online and see who I can help around the world.
I don't know what it's like in Canada. Probably similar, but in America, they just say, hey, man, you just got to work hard. Work hard, work hard. Like, how many of you guys work hard? How many of you guys work hard? Come on, man. All right, now, how many of you guys are financially free? Maybe working hard ain't the only thing. I was a personal trainer in college, and even after I got out of school, I was a trainer. You know, I was waking up at 4, training people in the morning. I was working like 12, 14 hours days, 7 days a week. I was at the point of like giving up, and I just knew there had to be a better way. And so I thought, okay, I can just get personal clients. I'll leave the gym. The problem is that, you know, sometimes clients ever cancel you guys? Who's ever had a client cancel on me? Yeah? As a personal trainer, you only make money for the time you're training. In fact, you're literally selling hours of personal training. So you're getting paid by the hour. There's only so many hours in each day. It puts a limit on the kind of money you can make. But maybe more importantly, it puts a limit on how many people you can help. How many of you guys like want to go online, but you're not sure the steps to take? Yeah? Yeah, because that's where I was. I had to stop thinking like a trainer and start thinking like a businessman. So I figured I needed to go online some kind of way. I started reading books. I started going to events, and I got some mentors. I tried to come out with little courses.
Yo, what up? This is man, Big Brandon Carter. About to get this quick 10-minute background down the workout.
And I took every course I could. It was a huge learning curve because how do you market it? How do you sell it? What price point do you sell it for? And then how do you train people online? I knew there had to be a way. I knew it wasn't like a barber, right? I can't give them an online haircut. And I actually figured out how to get people better results with a simple, I'm telling you, man, 25 clients paying you $80 a week for 52 weeks is $104.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We're going to be started here in about a minute or so. I'll jump back on stage, but I hope you guys have been enjoying the high ticket secrets behind the scenes look so far. I've been having fun hanging out with you guys. We're going to get started. This session I'm most pumped about, well, besides Robbie's sessions, but for myself, I spent a ton of time and energy on this one. I'm going to be going deeper into this funnel side that I've ever done before. So if you are here watching, please down below in the comments, tag a friend, tag anyone else in your team, someone else who's building funnels, who we want to build funnels for you, whatever it is. I'm going to walk you guys through a detailed explanation behind the scenes, what these funnels look like, how they work, the psychology, the strategy, a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So that's kind of the game plan. You guys pumped for this? I definitely am. So, all right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to jump on stage and we'll officially start module number 4. Okay. Hey everyone, this is Russell Brunson. Welcome back to module number 4 of our high ticket secrets training. I am pumped to be here with you guys today, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the time with Robbie. It's been so much fun watching him show you guys some behind the scenes of the sales scripts and how it works and things like that. Today you guys had a chance to look at and to learn about the sales script if it's you doing the call, right? Tomorrow he's gonna be going into it if you're kind of like me and you're scared of on the phones. You're like, how do I get other people? How do I scale this? How do I do it differently? And what those scripts look like and a bunch of other cool things. And so that's what we're starting to cover tomorrow. But right now, over the next probably 90 minutes or so, I'm going to be going deep into high ticket funnels. And this is something that I've spent a lot of time and energy and thought and testing going through. And I've never actually shared it in this much detail before anywhere ever. And so I'm excited to share everything with you guys. I hope you enjoy the session. I've got some cool videos I'm going to show you guys as well throughout. We have a special guest trainer who's finished a video for me just a few minutes ago, which I was hoping he'd be able to get to me, and he did. And I'm excited to share that as well. So we got some cool things for this session that are going to be a lot of fun. So I'm going to kind of dive into this, and the title I kind of titled this presentation is How to Use Takeaway Selling and Funnels. Okay, Robbie's been talking a lot about the sales process, and the type of selling that we're talking about is called takeaway selling. I'll go deeper into that here in a minute, but takeaway selling and funnels, and using these two things hand in hand to be able to fill up your mastermind groups, their coaching programs, whatever it is that you're trying to sell at high ticket. Okay. Now, before I get into this and talk about takeaway selling and the actual funnels and how they work together, I want to kind of get a real quick recap of what I talked about yesterday and kind of how this whole thing started. Okay. Again, I don't want anyone looking at this and be like, oh, Russell decided he's going to teach high ticket stuff because, that's the cool thing to talk about right now. The answer is no. The answer is I've been doing this longer than most people have been on the internet. Okay. We started this thing way back in the day. Probably 12 or 13 years ago now is when this whole thing started. And this is actually the very first office we built. This is the call center where we had the call center as we started building out. There's a picture right here of some of the cubicles. We had 60 full-time salespeople in this room every single day, calling leads, doing a bunch of stuff, and having success, right? This is some of the sales boards. You can kind of see how it all worked, but this is where it started. Was it 12 years ago? Robbie, do you remember? I don't even know how long ago. It's been 13 years ago. Man, 13 years. So 13 years ago. So before high ticket was the thing, before all the high ticket gurus popped up, we were doing this. We were in the trenches, figuring this process out. And like I said, we did high ticket sales for most of the big online gurus who you would know today as well. And so we had this whole model figured out and it was working. But there's some problems with it and some things. And as we've transformed over the last 13 years, the stuff I'll be showing you guys today is how we simplified things, how we made it easier, how we made it more profitable, and how we took away all the stress and the headaches and all the things that drove me crazy about managing 60 full-time people and the overhead of a building like that and all the stuff that kind of came with it, okay? But if you remember back here, I want to contrast what a takeaway sells with what we were doing back here, okay? When we had this call center, again, if you remember yesterday I talked about this, our model was basically we gave away a free DVD, someone pays shipping handling for the DVD, we shipped them the DVD in the mail, and on the DVD, it would walk through kind of the overarching like the structure of what we were trying to sell someone. And then we'd usually call this person about 2 weeks later. We found out if we called them too early, then the person's like, I haven't got the thing yet. Why are you calling me? If we called them too late, they're like, oh, I haven't looked at that thing in like 3 months. But there was a sweet spot about 2.5 to 3 weeks after somebody ordered something was the sweet spot for when we call them because they'd gotten it, they either consumed it or they have still sitting on their desk and like, oh, I haven't watched it yet, whatever it was. And they were like in the perfect time. So we used to test it and time it. And that was about 21 days or so was about the time where we tried to execute on the outbound calls. Okay. And that's what it was. So we'd sell the DVD, 21 days later, we call them on the phone and offer them the coaching that we kind of synced with the DVD they just bought. Okay, so it worked well. Other than the fact that we maybe had 60 full-time salespeople, but the other problem was this. Can you guys guess what it is? What do you think the problem is? I'm curious, how many of you guys love it when you're sitting at home eating dinner, also the phone rings, and you're like, hello, who is this? And there's a salesperson on the other side. It's the worst, right? It's very frustrating. It's very annoying. So the problem that we had is that we were chasing them, okay? Like they bought something that we're chasing, trying to call them. What does that look like? It looks desperate. It looks like you're begging him. It looks like you're trying to get them to give you money, right? Which is not the right positioning you want if you're going to be selling something to somebody that's very high ticket, okay? So it's not a takeaway sale. It's the exact opposite of takeaway sale. It's I'm trying to chase you. It's like what they call them, the people that chase the ambulances to try to get the business, right? Like that's what you look like. And so that was the biggest problem. And then we had to have so many people to be able to call all the leads that were coming in. It was a lot of work, okay? And so that's kind of the old model, right? We had the sales floor here. And after we shut the sales floor down, then again, I think I told you guys it took 2 or 3 years off before we started kind of trying to figure out how to get high ticket stuff to work again. And so I want to kind of give you guys some basic numbers to give you guys a view of what this looks like. So when we had the call center and we would call these leads, right? We were chasing people. For every person we get every single lead we would get, we would average about $150 DPL. That's the metric we look at, DPL. And DPL stands for dollar per lead. So for every lead, so everyone bought a DVD, we'd average $150 per lead, okay? Dollar per lead, DPL. And then I think I told you guys, or I did tell you guys yesterday that if we could get them to initiate a call where they called us, it went from $150 DPL to $450 per lead DPL, right? So it went from $150 to $400 if they could call us. And that was the best we ever got when we had this call center. Okay, when we shut it down, we kind of built all the sales funnel. And we started looking at this and we started testing and tweaking and just a million different variations of things. When all was said and done, by the time we had this thing kind of working at its peak, filling up the inner circle, for every lead that was coming in, we were averaging $1,500 per lead. Okay, $1,500 DPL. Or DPA, dollars per application. You can call it whatever you want, but basically we make, for every lead that we would get from this funnel, we make $1,500. So that means we could spend up to $1,500 to get somebody to fill out a form and we still break even, okay? So that's kind of the power behind this, is that when you structure it the right way, the leads come in, they're hot, they're prepared, they're ready to buy, they're going through a process called takeaway selling, which positions and postures you and your company and your business in a much different light. Okay, and so that's kind of the big difference is when you shift from us calling everybody we can, try and chase them, to let them come to us, let them sell us. Let's do takeaway sell. Your profitability goes up dramatically, right? From $150 on this side to $1,500 over here. 10 times as much money per lead by shifting around the model from us chasing to them chasing us. Does that make sense? So that's the key. That's the concept of a takeaway sell. Now, a couple of things to understand about takeaway selling. Okay. When you're doing a takeaway sell, the key, and Robbie kind of talked about this, you saw it in action. You are not selling them on why they should pay you money. They are selling you on why you should take their money. Okay, that's the mindset shift. That's how this whole thing shifts. Okay, that's why this application funnel is so powerful, and how it works is by breaking the paradigm of that I need to sell this person, right? How am I going to sell them? It's like, no, like position yourself in a way where they're coming and saying, this is why you should work with me. Okay. And you saw it earlier when Mike and Robbie were doing the sales, right? You saw it wasn't Robbie trying to sell them. It's like, why would we be a good fit? Why should we work with you? Like, he's asking the questions where they're coming and they're trying to sell themselves on why you should work with them. Does that make sense? That's the takeaway sell. Okay. So understand, okay. This is the key to all the stuff we're going to be talking about, to all the strategy and the funnels, the scripts, and all those kind of things. Okay. And so everything is structured with a goal to accomplish this. Okay. All right. So with that, hopefully you guys understand kind of the concept of takeaway selling, right? It's shifting the conversation through the funnel and through the sales call. So it's not just the call, it's not just the funnel, it's both of them. Okay. And again, you saw that with the script earlier today. Now you're going to see the funnel as well. Okay. Now this is where the high ticket funnel, if you guys have read the .com Secrets book, the new updated hardbound version, which you don't have it yet, make sure you get it at .comsecrets.com. It's twice as long as the original version, and there's a whole bunch of other cool stuff in here that's awesome. But in there, I talk about the 4 basic tiers in the value ladder, right? There's lead funnels, unboxing funnels, presentation funnels, and phone funnels. Okay. And so the funnel we're talking about today is at the top of the value ladder. It's the application funnel. I'm going to show you guys how we weave this into our other funnels and things like that, but just understand this is the top of the value ladder. Okay. If you guys have heard me talk about the value ladder before, I always talk about the concept. This is for those who don't know the value ladder conversation, but in a perfect world, right? Let me show you. You got price over here. You got value over here, right? So this is the value ladder. So the way this whole concept works is you figure out like, what is the thing that you can give somebody as the most amount of value possible, right? Like if I was to come to you and like, how can I serve you at the highest level? Like the thing that would be the best is probably for me to jump in an airplane, fly to your house, sit down with you and not leave until your funnel's done, it's launched, it's live, buy traffic, get all the team stuff. Like if I was to do all that for you, that's like the most value I could possibly offer you as a human, right? Okay. The problem is for me to do that at this point in my life, it would be expensive. Like I would have to have, man, for me to do the process, at least $1 million for me to fly out there. And then I want to rev share on all the things we're doing because if I make my own funnel, I'll make at least $1 million easily. So I got to make sure that I got a rev share on all the things and like it would be really expensive. So I'd have to charge at least $1 million down and probably 30 to 40% of the profit that comes to that funnel. So that's what it'd be. So if I came up to you on the street and I'm like, hey, my name's Russell Brunson, great to meet you. You got a business? Dude, I'd build these things called funnels. How about this? If you give me $1 million, I'll build you a funnel. And then I just want 30 to 40% of all the profits that funnel makes for the rest of the time. You would look at me like, are you insane? You look like you're 11 years old. Why would I give you $1 million cash, right? Like that's the problem. And so that's why we build these things called value ladder because I haven't proved that what I have gives you value yet, right? So instead I come down here and typically in the front of value ladder, we have a lead magnet. Someone comes in and gives me an email address in exchange for something. If they have a good experience, like, man, this is really good. I want more. Right. And then we move to the next tier of the value ladder. And then maybe they buy a book or a course and then a home study course or an event. And eventually this becomes really cheap because I've given them enough value. They're like, man, this makes sense. Okay, I guarantee you right now, if I was to pitch on this call, say for $1 million, I'll build someone's fund right now. I guarantee I get at least a handful of you guys to go apply for that right now. Okay, I know because every time I mention this live, I get people come, dude, I'll do that $1 million deal. I'm in. Okay, so I know there's some of you guys who would do it, but I don't do that right now, right? But this is like the thing that I provide the most value. So for you and your business, it's the same kind of thing. What's the thing you have the most value? If you could serve some of the highest level, what does that look like? Okay. And so you got to figure that. We'll go deeper into like, how do you figure out how to create your own high ticket program and things like that. That's outside of this session. But I want you to think about that. Like this is the most expensive thing we're selling. This is the back end of our value ladder, right? And so because of that, we have to sell it in a different way. It's hard to get someone to go to a website and put in $15,000, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000 just on an order form, right? Typically, there's got to be a little more touch in the process, which is why these phone funnels come in so handy, okay? So this is where it kind of fits in your business model. It's the back end of your business, okay? Okay, so that's the application funnels. Now, the first step in this process, and this is what most of you guys are going to skip, even though it's the most important part of the process. For whatever reason, people are like, sweet, I'm going to sell something expensive. It's 10 grand. And they put up a page and start trying to sell it. And they have a video on the page. It's like, my name is so-and-so. I'm amazing. You should apply for my thing down below. And on the phone, like, hey, I'm awesome. Give me some more money. And that's how it works. I don't know why, but I see that over and over and over and over again. I funnel hack, I guarantee more funnels than any person on this planet. I probably opt into 40 or 50 things a day. I click on every single ad I see. So I see this over and over. Like I'm very, very aware of what all of you guys are doing, the good and the bad, right? And that's what most people do is they kind of self-proclaim themselves as a guru and try to sell their thing that they're selling. And I'm not a big fan of that. Okay, I'm a big fan of reverse engineering and getting results first. So if you look at kind of my backstory, I told you guys earlier we had this big call center that me and Robbie built up, and then when it kind of crashed, we shut it down. Took 2 or 3 years off selling high ticket stuff. And about the time I was writing the .com Secrets book initially, I was getting back in. I'm like, this is fun. And I was like, I want to the .com Secrets book. The first version was me telling my stories with my own business, what I was doing and stuff like that. I was like, I want to test these things on other people. It'd be amazing. And so my first thought is like, I could put up a page and charge people like 50 grand. I'll go help them. Like most people would do. But I'm like, but I don't need results to back it up. Like I did it for myself, but can I do it for other people? I don't know. Right? Some people are naturally really gifted and talented, but they're horrible teachers. They can't relay their information over. I was like, I don't want to be the guy that someone pays me a bunch of money and like I can't actually help them. So I was like, okay, I need to get results first. So let me figure this out. So my first thought was like, okay, if I'm going to work for free for somebody, like I got to work for somebody who like represents my dream customer. Like who would I love to serve in the future? I remember that time I was going through a juicing phase in my life. I go through a lot of different phases. I was juicing at the time, and there was this dude online. He had a juicing product I'd bought, and he had a bunch of emails and videos and a big social following. His name is Drew Canoli, and I loved Drew. I followed him. I was like, this guy's awesome. And somewhere in this conversation of me thinking through this, I had a friend who's like, you should get to know him. You should meet Drew Canoli. I was like, dude, I would love to meet him. So he connected us, and my family just happened to be in San Diego at the time. So after he connected us, I drove to his house. We got to know each other. And we started talking, and first it's just kind of getting to know each other a little bit, and then after kind of, I'm a business guy, so I started asking business questions. I started getting deeper and deeper. I started realizing his business wasn't doing what he wanted. He was struggling, and I was like, well, if you want, like, I would love to come back when my family's not here. Come back, and I'll spend a day and just kind of help you guys if you want. He's like, well, what would we charge for that? We don't really have any budget for that. And I was like, well, I wouldn't charge anything. Like, I'll just come out and do it. And he's like, why would you do that? I'm like, I don't know. I'm writing this book. It's called .com Secrets. I want to prove, like, I'll just show these principles to you and just prove that it actually works. He's like, yeah, but what do you want? Like, you can try to get equity out of it. I'm like, no, like, I literally will just do it for free. And after like 3 or 4 times, he's like, I don't get the angle or the catch, but sure, if you really want to come work for free first, go and do it. I was like, sweet. So I went back home, like a month later, I flew back to, and I show up at this place. And this is actually a picture from the consult day I did with them. They didn't have whiteboards in the office. This is the window. So I was like drawing out the stuff on the window, explaining things to him, showing him funnels, like just doing all my things. It was one of the first times I'd ever taught most of these principles, again, to him and his little team. I helped him out. We looked at their funnels, we fixed some stuff, and then they were about to launch a new supplement. We helped them figure out the branding for that. We helped create the funnels, we helped them launch it, and that company, Organifi, has blown up, and now it's huge, right? And so that's kind of what happened. So I got results first. I showed that like not only can I do this thing for myself, I can do it for other people. Okay, and this is a picture of me and Drew that day after the consult. The back of his yard. This is one of his juicing books. That's me on the whiteboard. This is the new Organifi supplement. And then what was cool is when it was done. After it was done and we helped them launch this thing and it was killing it, then Drew's like, hey, what can I do to help you? And I was like, well, if you just make a video kind of telling your story, that'll help me because then I can show it to other people who are like you. And if they want to give me money, they would. He's like, sweet, no worries. Made this video, sent it to me. And that's when I created my very first application funnel. Okay. And this is what it kind of looked like. It said, the headline was like, I'm looking for a few more of my dream clients. And it had the video from Drew. And then down below was like, click here to apply. Like it was a very simple 1 page, not complicated at all. And that's kind of the very first thing I created. Okay. And again, I'm gonna show you some of the iterations of this and how they all kind of compounded, how we got deeper and deeper each phase in this funnel. But that was kind of the initial thing and what it was. So then I started promoting this to my existing customers and things like that. And what was nice about it wasn't me saying, hey, I'm Russell, I'm amazing, you should buy my coaching because I told you I am. It's like, hey, I had a chance recently to go hang out with this guy named Drew. They had a really cool company, but they're kind of struggling. And this is what we did for them. And here's a video of him kind of talking about it. If you want me to do it for your company, like, let me know. I have this new thing called Inner Circle I'm coming out with. I think it'd be fun. If you're interested, go apply down below. Actually, it was called Ignite at the time. And I sent some emails out to this list, and all of a sudden, applications started coming in. It was like this thing began. Okay. And I remember about that time, it started working. Applications were coming in. We started calling them. This is about the time we hired Robbie to come back in, and he trained the 2 people that we had trying to figure out the sales thing. And they went from no sales for like 2 weeks to Robbie trained them for 2 or 3 hours. And the next day they did $36,000 in sales. Like this is all in this process right here, right? And so these applications are coming in. They're like, I want what Russell did for Drew, I want to do it for me. And like they were coming in. It was really, really cool. And but the problem is we had this spike where we get like I send an email to my list, we get like 50 applications, and then we get no applications for like a month. And it's like, how do I get more applications? I'm like, let me send another email to the list. We send an email and we get like 20 applications. And then the next time it was like 2, and it's like, crap, this is not working. And I remember talking to one of my friends, I think it was Perry Belcher, and I kind of showed him what we're doing. I'm like, it's working. It's just I don't have enough things. And he's like, you need to focus on how do you turn this thing not just from like a one-off promotion, but into an application generating machine. I still remember the day, application generating machine. I was like, okay, that's cool. I got to start thinking about that. Like, how do I do that? Like, where do I do that? And maybe start thinking about all the parts of the process. How do I get people in consistently? How do I tweak this thing? How do I make it better? Like, what should the email say? What should the landing page like? And I started going through all the process. And this is where I started geeking out on this funnel and the process and all the stuff I'll be sharing you guys today. Okay. So the next question for me then was like, okay, well, how do I get people to actually come and find my high ticket program? Right? Like it's there. Right, I sent an email to my list, but that gets diminishing results every single time, and eventually it just kind of burns out your list. So I'm like, how do I get people to find out about it? I was like, okay, and there's 3 things we did. Number 1 was I started focusing on my thank you pages. Okay, how many of you guys have thank you pages out there? You have a lead magnet, someone opts in, they go to the thank you page. You have a free book offer, you've got a free DVD offer, you got whatever it is. You have a webinar, you have something else you're already driving traffic to, right? I started saying, okay, after someone's bought a book from me or they've gone through a training or something, this is the perfect time to be like, hey, did you like that stuff? And maybe you're confused or you just didn't get it, or how would you just like my help with it? And I was like, that's the key. So I made this little banner ad that said, need my help? And said, I'm not talking about another course, product, class, or seminar, which is what they just went through or they just bought. So I want to develop and create a system with you. If that's something you'd be interested in, then just click here now. And I put this banner ad then on every thank you page I had on the entire internet, which is hundreds, right? I'm putting it on everywhere. And then people start coming, okay? So for example, like here's my funnel, thank you page, the very last page after they bought, it's like, hey, need my help with this thing you just bought? Cool, click here. They click on that button there, and guess where it takes them? Boom, over this page, they see Drew's video, and then they go apply for the Inner Circle, okay? And I did that, and all of a sudden, it turned on this faucet of leads. All of a sudden, I started getting leads. We started getting applications 2 or 3 a day, and 5 a day, and 10 a day coming from all sorts of different places, from all the other efforts we were already doing online, okay? So that's what's kind of cool. When you have these other tiers of the value ladder working, you can just take this and plug it in. Okay, we talked about this in the promotionals. Like there's 3 pages you can just plug into the back of one of your funnels, and it instantly starts giving you high ticket sales. This is the funnel. Okay, we start plugging it on the back of all my lead magnets, putting it on the back of my book offers, on the back of my webinars. Like we start plugging these things in everywhere, and all of a sudden, streaming leads started coming in. Okay, that was number 1. Number 2, we started building it into all of our email follow-up sequences. So it wasn't me just doing a one-time promotion, but it was like, hey, someone comes in on a lead magnet. Okay, let's send out 3 emails pushing them to go apply for this thing. They register for the webinar. When the webinar sequence is done, let's put 3 emails pushing them back to the thing. Okay, so we built out an actual follow-up sequence. So they go through, buy one of my products, then they start getting emails talking about, oh, check out, here's this person's story, here's this person's story, and each email then would push them back to the page. Okay, so now every lead that came into any of the funnels in my value ladder, eventually they're getting emails pushing them back to this page. Okay, and I went from getting 10, 15, 20 applications a day to 30, 40, 50 a day. Right? Because now there's so many different places that just keeps pushing people in. All of my front-end funnel effort is pushing people into this back-end funnel. Okay. And then the third thing is we started buying ads directly to the page. And we weren't targeting the whole entire internet, but I was targeting my customer base, right? My customer list, my buyer list, like the warm data on my list, we started buying ads. Okay. So we bought Facebook ads and all the other type of ads, all pushing directly to there. Okay. Now notice, and Robbie talked about this a little bit yesterday, I don't get cold traffic and drive it directly to my application. There needs to be a bridge ahead of time. So the ads I'm buying are typically just to people who already know who I am, right? They've opted in somewhere, they're getting my emails there. There's other places that I just show those people the ads over and over again. So they keep seeing it, they keep seeing it, and keep seeing it until they're ready to come and apply for the coaching program. Okay. All right. So that's kind of how it works. Now I'm going to walk you guys through the core fundamentals of how this funnel looks, how it works. Okay. After, again, 6 or 7 years of me testing and tweaking this thing a million different ways, I'm gonna show you guys kind of where it's at today and what it looks like, okay? And there's 2 different variations and versions of this, and I'll show you guys both of them. The first one is what I call the success story phone funnel, okay? And this is my personal favorite one, just because it's really, really fun and cool, okay? It's very simple. It's 3 pages. It looks like this. Here's page number 1, page number 2, and page number 3. And I'm gonna walk you through all these pages and tell you what they are, how they work, all the important little things you need to understand about them, okay? So the first page is the client success story page. Okay, so after I did the work with Drew and I got him success and he made me the video, that was the video on this page, right? And then after people started seeing Drew's ad, we started getting applications and people came through. And one of the very first people, I think she was probably like, I don't know, within the first 10, probably 5 or 6 person who signed up for the Inner Circle coaching program was Liz Benny. And most of you guys have heard Liz Benny's story before, funnel hacking live stage and things like that. But she applied, she came through, and we worked through everything. At the end of it, she had success. Right? So when it was done, I was like, hey, Liz, would you make me a video telling the results that I got for you? She's like, sure. We made this video, and then that became the new video, right? So every time you get somebody's success, you need to capture it afterwards. Like, I just want to make sure you guys understand that. If somebody gets success, you capture it because that is how you sell somebody high ticket, right? You're going to show them, here's the result I got for somebody else. Do you want me to help you get that same result as well? Like, that's literally the thing. It's not a hard pitch, not anything. It's just like, hey, I got Liz the result. Do you want a result like that? If so, come apply, and we can help you. Okay, that's kind of how it works. Okay, so let me walk you guys through. Actually, what I'm going to do first, I'm going to show you guys this first video. So I'm going to show you guys this video of Liz. I want you to notice this video is not super long. It's not like, you know, a huge sales video, 45-minute sales video. It's very short. It's like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes long. It's not her saying, Russell made me rich. We made $1 million, like blah, blah, blah. It's not that, okay? First off, those things, the FTC will shut you down. They're not good to do. They're not like, it comes off shady anyway. It's them telling their real story about them struggling and what it went through. Okay, if you have a client success story, it's like, I signed up with Russell, I made $1 million in 3 weeks. It was great. Then every single person who joins your program is gonna be like, okay, I got 3 weeks to make my $1 million. Let's go. I didn't want that. I want to tell real, raw, honest stories that are true, right? When you watch this video from Liz, it's her telling how hard it was and how painful it was. Okay, when people watch that and then they apply, those are my personal dream clients. Those are the ones I want to work with who understand, hey, if I get involved in this, this is not a get rich quick scheme. This is something hard. It's gonna be between time and energy and effort. It's not gonna be what I think an overnight success is. Gonna take time, but if I do it, it's gonna be worth it. Okay, so that's the story we captured from Liz. And this video here sold more people into my Inner Circle program than anything else we did. And so I'm gonna show you guys this video really quick. It's from Liz Benny. And with that said, let's cue up Liz's video.
So I want to tell you something. Hiring Russell Brunson was bar none one of the best decisions I've ever made in my entire life. And I want to tell you that when you work with him, he takes you on this journey that you won't even know that that you're going to go on. Like it's like I at the very beginning, I had all these hopes and dreams and visions, and I honestly thought that, yay, I'm working with the overnight success maker, and like I thought, whoa, I'm gonna make like $500,000 in the first month of working with him. But you know what? The eventuality is that sometimes in life it doesn't always work out the exact way that you want it to work out, and that's certainly where it got to for me. So my 2014 was one of the hardest years I've ever had in my entire life. Like, there was cancer in the family. People were in hospital. I thought I was gonna, at one stage, I thought I was gonna lose my partner. Like, just wasn't a pleasant scenario at all. And by losing my partner, I mean, like, hospitalization, like really not, like from really bad health issues. And, there were just times when I promise you I wanted to give up. And sometimes I actually, when I say that, I don't just mean give up in business. Like for me, when I hired Russell, it really was like, it sounds really dramatic, but my life's mission, it's so big. Like, I really, really, really wanted to connect with someone who could get me to the next level, who could help me really get from that really stranded, grounded place, sitting at my office every single day, to a place where I'm, helping like people all around the world. And that's why I chose Russell. But man, it was hard. It was really, really, really hard at times to have to deal with those things that come up in your personal life all the time. Like, it was not an easy scenario in 2014, but I'm really, really, really grateful that I listened to Russell. I'm really grateful that I hired him as a coach. Like, the man has changed my life forever. Like, once you're, like, my mind has been blown completely, and there's no way back. Like, I know that anything is possible now.
Oh, I love that video. I get chills every single time. Okay, did you guys see that? You see the power behind that? And I think a lot of times when people make testimonials, it's bad. Especially I see them all the time where you're at a live event and you have a success story and like, wait, can I make a video with you? And they run, they get a microphone, they're standing next to like a white wall, and they're like, this horrible lighting, everything, like, hey, my name is Russell and I came to this event and it was really good. You should totally come. And like, that's the video testimony they use. Like, it's the worst thing ever. Okay, like, if you get someone's success, like, I would spend money to hire an amazing film team, fly that person to you, whatever it takes. We launched our supplement. We had a bunch of success stories coming through. We took 2 people, and I paid to fly them here to Boise, put them in a nice hotel, and we like filmed their story, and it cost me some money, but then that was the conversion point that made us insane amounts of money. Okay, you guys understand that? Like, that's how valuable the testimonial is. So spend some time, energy, money. Every time you get someone of great success, be like, hey, can we capture that? Can I fly to my house and like record this thing? Or if you've already done this in the past, you've got a handful of people you've gotten success for, like, call them up and say, can I bring you to my house and we'll have a free mastermind and let's capture your stories afterwards? Like, I want to capture those things. So they're so, man, I can't tell you how valuable they are. Okay, so that's the first thing is capturing the success story, right? So you tell a success story and that video is going to be playing on the page. Okay. All right, a couple other things. So number one, they're going to watch the videos. They're going to watch the video showing a success story, and they're going to be buttoned down below to apply if they want your help to achieve the same result the other person got, and then you're going to get their email address. Okay. Now the big thing here is you notice on this first page, there's not a huge application with like 30 different questions or something like that. It's just a button they click on and ask for their email. Okay. And the reason why is because initially I didn't do that way. Initially I had just Drew's page, click on a button, application popped up and people filled it out. But the application took people, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, sometimes an hour or more to fill out. And what happens if they start the process and they forget, or they start the process and they leave, or it crashes, or a million different reasons why they leave and we lose that lead. And so we found out, like, instead of just going direct in application, let's get their email address, right? We got their attention, they're interested. And that way, if for some reason they don't finish the application, we keep following up. And that was, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was huge on how many more applications got finished because of switching this to 2-page as opposed to just the 1. Okay, so they watch the video, click the button, put in the email address, and now we're going to take them to page number 2. Okay, but before we're taking page number 2, I want to talk about what does the email sequence look like that we take them through, that we're sending to them while we're waiting, like between when they apply, like between when they put in the email address and when they apply. Okay, and so this is what my pre-email, the pre-application looks like. Okay, and I actually had some fun because I pulled out a bunch of the emails from one of our high-ticket funnels. And I'm going to actually show them to you, okay? So this is the way that I did the email sequences. Email number 1 is about the backstory. Email number 2, I'm pushing them to action. Email number 3 is about modeling. Email 4 is about no excuses. Email 5 is a hook to get them to go finish applying if they haven't yet. And then email 6 and 7 is urgency and scarcity is number 6, and then number 7 is if you see there's a delay. If they haven't, it's going to get them to pull back in. Okay, so I'm actually you guys want me to read you some of these emails? You see what I say? Okay, hopefully this will be fun. Okay, so this is my email pre-application. Again, so email number 1 is the backstory email here. So I'm going to read it. So subject line, and they get this email immediately after they fill out step number 1. Okay, the first email gets says chapter 1 of 5, the longest night. ... Okay, it was 3 a.m. My eyes were burning from staring at the screen for so long. My tired wife rolled over in bed and asked me what I was doing. We'd only been married for a few months. I think she was confused about why I wasn't sleeping, and instead I was up all night on a laptop again. I'm getting so close, I told her. She sighed and then said, Russell, I love you and all, but it's about time for you to go get a job. Those words were like 1,000 daggers into my heart. My smile slowly turned down as I looked twice at my new wife. For over a year now, I'd been trying to figure out how to make money online. I tried everything I could think of. I'd fallen for dozens of scams, yet somehow I knew it worked. It had to, right? I saw other people doing it, and they didn't seem that much smarter than me. But this long road of trial and error was taking a lot longer than any of us had planned. And what I didn't know at the time was that success was still another 6 months in the future for me. Yes, 18 months it took me before I made my first real money online. It makes me laugh now because I see on Facebook and on blog posts all the time about how I was an overnight success. But it wasn't going to be that night. You see, while I was learning and studying and trying, I was missing the biggest piece. I was too close to my projects. And because of that, I couldn't see what I was missing. It took me 18 months to figure out what it was. But as soon as I did, what happened next was amazing. The first month after I figured out, I made $1,200. Month 2, I made $3,000. By month 3, I passed by the $5,000 mark. And I've never looked back since. But why did it take me 18 long months? At first, I thought it was a resource problem. I didn't have the money, the time, the experience, etc. But then I realized it wasn't because of my lack of resources. It had to do with something completely different. When I figured out what those things were, almost immediately is when I started actually making money. So you want to know what that thing was? Well, I'm going to give you a hint today and then the answer tomorrow. The hint, go check out the video on this page. It will reveal to you a few of the keys that you need. Second, look for email chapter 2 tomorrow. And in that email, I'm going to reveal to you one of the big secrets that took me 18 months to find. Sounds good? Cool. I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks again, Russell Brunson. P.S. If you haven't submitted your application yet, as of today, we still have some spots that are open, but we're closing them down. We're closing them down fast and only open up new spots when someone graduates. So if you want to lock in your spot now, be sure to fill out your application ASAP. Boom. Okay, so in there's a link to a video that kind of start telling some of the story, and then there's a link back to the application page. Okay, see how it works? Hooked them. There's a story. You're like, this is amazing. What's the answer? I'll tell you tomorrow. And if you haven't applied yet, go back and apply. Okay, so the first email gets them to go back and finish the application if they haven't. So that's number 1 is the backstory email. Okay, email number 2 is my action email. Okay, the subject line says chapter 2 of 5, ready, fire, aim. Okay, so today's lesson is ready, fire, aim. Yes, you read that right. Notice the aim is at the end. Yeah, the reason why most people are not successful online is because they're so caught up aiming. They never fire. When you aim for more than a month, you get what we call information overload. Have you ever felt that before? If so, then you are guilty of over aiming, and it's time to stop aiming and time to start firing now. Time to start firing now. Because guess what? It only makes you only make money when you're firing. I know. You're a little nervous to fire, right? Not sure which direction to fire. Not want to waste your time moving in the wrong direction. Don't worry, I get it. I once spent 6 months going in the wrong direction. I was trying to sell computers online. I spent months building a site that would hopefully sell to some awesome computers until I found out 6 months later you could get a computer that was 10 times better than mine for half the price on Dell.com. Yes, I was firing in the wrong direction and wasted half a year. Ugh. So I want to help make sure you're firing in the right direction. That way you can get to your goal faster without any waste of time. I'm guessing you want that too, right? If so, then go and watch this video here. Boom, there's a video. And then click on the apply button below. So this goes back to the Liz Benny video. So go back, boom, they watch this. They watch Liz's story again. Watch the video and then apply to work with me. I'll be able to look at your plans and help steer you in the right direction. Sound cool? But you do need to act fast. The spots in this program fill up very fast. So if you think you're a good fit, then now is the time for you to apply. As of right now, there's still spots open, but tomorrow they will be gone. So if you're ready to stop learning, start making money, then here's the form again. Boom, my application form. Thanks, Russell Brunson. P.S. Tomorrow I'm going to show you my piles of cash rule, and it'll show you the easiest way to make your pile a lot bigger. Okay, there's email number 2, the action email. Okay, you see how this works? They've put an email address and they haven't applied yet. I'm just keep pushing him. Go apply. And I'm hooking him, telling him good stories, get them to apply, and keep pushing him through. Okay, email number 3, modeling. Subject line, freedom, chapter 3 of 5, quotation mark, piles of cash. One of my early mentors told me about a rule that he called his piles of cash rule. This is how it works. Find someone with a bigger pile of cash than you and then follow them until your pile of cash is as big as theirs. Pretty simple, right? But very profound. After I first heard this, I looked for a mentor I trusted, and I could see he had a bigger pile of cash than me. I paid him, and within a year, I had made over 6 figures. Then I found my next mentor. His name was Bill Glazer. His pile of cash was huge, so I paid him $25,000 to learn, which was about the size of my pile of cash back then. Within a year, I had made over 7 figures. And then within 3 years, he had made almost 8 figures in about a year. Crazy, don't you think? I never would have dreamed that I'd ever make 7 figures in a year when I first started, let alone 8 figures. But it started happening when I started following this piles of cash principle. So if you're looking at my piles of cash and wondering if there's any shot to work with me, well, the answer is normally no. I run 8 companies. I got 4 kids. This is a little older. I got 5 kids now. I got 4 kids and a beautiful wife. I do jujitsu during lunch and have very little free time. But each month I open up a few slots to work with people. Right now is one of those times. If you'd like to be considered, then you need to apply now. Here's the application form. Boom, back to application. If the form has been pulled down, then I apologize in advance because when they're gone, they're gone. So go apply now. Boom, there's another link from Russell. Thanks, Russell Brunson. P.S. When I first started working with Tony Robbins, he taught me something very similar. He called it modeling. He said to find someone who has what you want and then model what they do. That's one of the big keys to success. Not guessing, not hoping what you're going to do will work. But by finding someone who's already successful and then modeling what they do. If you're ready to play with the big boys or girls, this is how we all did it. You can play too. Go apply now. Boom. Okay. There's a modeling email. You guys liking this? I wrote these emails a long time ago. It's kind of fun to reread them. Okay. Email number 4 now is the no excuses. Getting them, because at this point, again, you notice how each one of these resolves a different concern, right? I'm email 2. I'm not ready yet. I'm still thinking about it. Okay. Like, well, you need to fire. Modeling, like, well, you know, are you the right person? I don't know how it works. Like, what if I'm not successful? Like, you got to model someone. Like, come model me, right? And then email 4 is going through like the excuses in their head. Okay. Chapter 4 of 5. All I see is gold. Have you ever heard the name Jordan Burroughs before? Most people haven't, and it's a shame because recently he accomplished something that logically is impossible. Yet he did it and became because he had one focus: gold. Jordan won the Olympic gold medal in wrestling in London, which is a pretty amazing feat by itself. Then the following year, he competed in the world tournaments, the equivalent of the Olympics during the off year, and he won the gold medal again. But this year, with less than a month before the world tournament, he broke his ankle. Check out his story on USA Today. With surgical screws in the ankle he fractured less than a month ago, Jordan Burroughs of the USA won a world title in freestyle wrestling Wednesday in Budapest, Hungary. His latest title adds to his Olympic gold medal he won in 2012 and his first world title in 2011. In the finals, 163 pounds, Burroughs beat some guy from Iran 4-0. Burroughs broke his ankle August 22nd during a workout at the U.S. Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs. The fracture was repaired with 5 screws. He did not resume full training until he arrived in Hungary less than a week ago. I'm like Iron Man now, Burroughs said it on the website of USA Wrestling. He said he broke his ankle while running sprints when he tried to stop his momentum by jumping against the wall. The doctor made it extra stable for me to be able to compete. He said I could do this type of surgery that would guarantee I'd be able to compete. Anyway, he was on crutches for a couple weeks. He rode a bike and lifted weights until he could wrestle. I've only wrestled live once in the last 4 weeks, and it was here, said Burroughs. It's definitely the biggest win of my career. It's special, real special. Can you imagine that? Breaking an ankle and then within a month winning the world championships in arguably the toughest weight class in the world? He was able to do this because his eyes were focused on one thing: winning. In business, too often people have goals or dreams. They want to be successful. When an obstacle comes up, it can be anything. They stop. To win this game, you have to have a mindset like Jordan. You have to focus on your goals and don't let anything get in the way. Yes, I said no more excuses. I hear all the time things like, I don't have time. I don't have money. I don't know how to blank. Those things can't hold you back. You have to break through these barriers if you want to be successful and learn how to become resourceful. Want to learn how I did it? Go watch this video here. Boom, back to application. And maybe I'll be able to help you on your journey too. Talk soon, Russell Brunson. P.S. Tomorrow I'm going to give you the last 4 keys. I've been holding back until I felt you were ready, but I think you can handle them now. So look for the email tomorrow. Okay, there's my no more excuses. A dude won the world title on a broken ankle. You can have success in business, right? So there's my no excuses email. Okay, now I'm going to hook him back to go back and go and get this thing done. Let's go get this application. Okay, so email number 5, chapter 5, the last 4 keys. So I've shared with you the first 3 keys of success. Number 1, ready, fire, aim. Number 2, piles of cash. Number 3, all I see is gold. But there are 4 others. Here they are. 4th, blank the right blank. 5th, build your blank. 6th, blank leads. 7th, blank attention. I was going to give you the last ones free like I did the others, but I think you need to invest at least 30 minutes of your time to learn these. If you can't invest 30 minutes of your time, you won't be able to make the necessary investments in your business. You need to become successful. So you want to know what the last 4 are? I explain them in detail here in this video. Boom, push back the application page. Are you starting to get this now? Can you see what it takes to be successful? Cool. I'll be pulling the applications down tomorrow. So if you didn't fill yours out yet, this is your last chance. Boom. All right. And then we have the 12-hour warning. So 12 hours before we pull the application down. Subject line, 12-hour warning, ... In less than 12 hours, I'll be pulling down the application form for our Inner Circle program. If you've applied, then hopefully you've had a chance to talk to one of our coaches. If not, this is your last chance to have a free session. You can apply here. After today, it'll be gone. If you're tired of learning and ready to start making money, then now is your time. Fill out the form. I'll talk to you later this week. Link, the end. Okay, and that's where the sequence basically ends. That's email number 6. But then what happens is 30 days later, so a month later, I want to go back to these people and kind of give one more touch in case something happened or whatever. Maybe something in life happened. Now they're more ready. So 30 days later, there's an email that says, "Are you still interested?" Question mark. And the body says, "Are you still interested in getting help? Are you still interested in getting help with your online business? If so, we just had 2 of our students graduate, which means we have 2 open spots. Tomorrow I'm going to mail my list to fill the openings, but I thought I'd ask you first. If you want these spots, you can apply here. Link. Thanks, Russell Brunson." Boom. So there is the pre-email application. Those are the emails we send out in the sequence after they put in their email address before they actually fill out the application. Okay, does that make sense? All right. With that said, let's move on to the next step. So they put in their, if I go back one page, right? They came to this page, they watched the video, they clicked on the button, they put the email address in, those email sequences are coming, and then they're taken to the next page, which is called our desire amplifier page. This is where I take their desire and amplify it, okay? They're already interested, they watched Liz's story or Drew's story or whoever your person's story is, they're excited. This is where we're gonna take that and we're just gonna amplify as much as we can, okay? The other reason on this page, I didn't talk about it, is there's an application. Typically, the application forms are kind of long. There's a lot of questions you're going to go through. So I need to keep them engaged and keep them interested. It's not like, oh, this is huge, I'm not going to do it, okay? So the first thing we do on the Desire Amplifier page is we explain what it looks like to work with you, okay? Again, at this point in the funnel, they haven't seen me. They saw a success story. So here I'm like, hey, I'm Russell. Like, congratulations. Like, you saw Liz's story. I hope I got you excited. And now I'm excited to be having a chance to potentially work with you. So let me tell you really quick what it looks like to work with me. But I kind of explain really briefly, not deep, but just really briefly what the program looks like. So they can like, this is how it's going to look. You're going to meet a group of amazing other entrepreneurs just like you. Or if you, let's say you're selling weight loss, you'll be with a group of other people on the same weight loss goals as you, blah, 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 right? He explained what it looks like. And then we said, look, on the side here, there's a full application. It's going to take you a little while to fill out. I want you to be thoughtful. Don't just fill it out and click submit or we're not going to call you. Okay, I want to make sure that you're interested. So spend some time. You know, it should take you 15, 20, 30 minutes to fill this application. So think about the questions because we read all these. And if you don't fill them out or if you just kind of fill in blanks, we're not going to give you a call. Okay, so make sure you're thoughtful about this. Fill the application here on the side. And then we go to the application. And then the other thing, after the video ends, my little video at the beginning. Then what I do is I go directly into testimonial role and I just have testimonials playing video after video after video. So while they're filling out the form, they just keep hearing success story after success story after success story. So the more you have here, you can just loop this video, have the first one, the second one, the third one, and just keep them going for as long as they're sitting there on the page filling out the form. Okay. All right. So what do we say in the application? Like what should the questions actually be, right? And so there's a lot of questions. Number one is like, these are questions that I ask, okay? And yours could be different. You could be in health, you could be in finance, you could be whatever your business is. But for me, the first thing I ask them, what type of business they own. I want to understand because I don't want to work with all business owners. There's certain businesses I like more, things like that. So what kind of business do you own? I like having a revenue qualifier question. Okay, I don't want to say like, how much money do you have invested in coaching? Because that's just kind of a weird thing. So I ask them a revenue qualifier question. So for example, I might say something like, well, what's your monthly advertising budget? If they're like zero, I'm like, okay, they probably don't have money to invest in coaching if they're not spending money in ads, right? So for me, I put in a revenue qualifier question it's going to be kind of powerful that way. Next is like, well, what does success actually look like to you? If they come in like, success for me is if I make $1 million in the next like 3 months, that'd be awesome. I'm like, I'm not calling this person back, okay? Because I can't deliver on that. I don't want to deliver on that. And if they don't make $1 million in 3 months, they're not going to be happy anyway. Like I want to make sure that their view of success matches what I know I can fulfill on. Otherwise, it's a big red flag for me. So like, what is your success? Like, what does success look like to you? Okay, Robbie talked about this question in the call in the script. This is called. If he hasn't read the book, there's a book called The Question by Dan Sullivan. It's like an hour-long read. You can read it. But he asked this question, and so we use this on the sales call, but we also use it on the application. So this is the question: if we were having this discussion 3 years from today, and you were looking back over those 3 years, what would have happened in your life, both personally and professionally, for you to feel happy with your progress? And I want them to tell me that. Okay, and again, you notice when Robbie gets on the phone, he asks him the same question, like, tell us what that looks like. We want to see what success looks like to you so we can see if we can actually help you get there. If not, I'm not going to work with you. But if it's like, yeah, I can do that, then yes, we'll have a chance to work together. And then also, like talking about this, the fact that like if they're coming in, like they got to be a good fit for the group. Like, why are you a good fit? Like, tell them like, and this is where it kind of starts on this takeaway. Something like, why would you be a good fit? Like, why should we accept you? There's a bunch of amazing people here. We don't need you, but like, if you want to be here, like, tell us why. Like, sell us on why you should be part of this. And they have a chance to go and do that. What could you contribute to the group? Again, this is where they start the selling process and in telling you why you should work with them. Okay. All right. So those are things I do on the application. Now, what's cool is last week I was in Bear Lake with my family. I was on my bike, riding my bike, and I got a message from Mr. Alex Hermosi. This is Alex Hermosi. Some of you guys know him. Inside of our ClickFunnels community, he's probably the person who sold the most high ticket stuff of anyone I know of. This is our new 2 Combo Club C Award. 3 of his records are filled in, and he did that all through high ticket sales. And he messaged me. He's like, dude, I figured out something. He's like, I changed something on my application form, and it's changed everything. It's called BANT. And he explained this whole thing to me. I was like, dude, that is amazing. I was like, literally next week, we're doing a training on high ticket stuff. Can you make something about BANT that I can plug in here? Because I want people to get this. He's like, sure, man. And so this morning, he actually recorded this video and just got it over to us. It's a little over 10 minutes long. He's going to go through this BANT process. So if you don't know Alex Hermosi yet, they own Gym Launch, huge company, like one of the biggest companies inside of ClickFunnels. They are killing it. Again, this guy sells so much stuff, high ticket on the phone. It is insane. And this is something that they tested and tweaked, and it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. So I'm gonna have you guys watch this video really quick from Alex. He filmed it like less than an hour ago for you guys, and it's gonna show you his BANT process to make sure your applications are better, your leads are like better, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So I think you guys are gonna love it. With that said, let's cue up Alex's video.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I hope you guys are enjoying the training so far. Russell reached out to me the other day, and we were talking back and forth, and I brought up something new that we were doing for our applications that have been working really well for us, and it's called BANT. All right, and it's the 4 things that you have to have from every buyer in order to close a deal. All right, and so BANT is an acronym, and it stands for Budget, Authority, Need, and Timing. All right, and those are the true 4. Now, where this comes from is from IBM. So 1960s, they were having all their sales guys were inundated. They were getting all these calls. Their business was booming, and they were like, we need to figure out a way to just get the requirements to close a sale. All right. And so they looked at all their data, and they figured out that this was it. These were the 4 things that were required to make someone a qualified prospect in order to get on the phone with a salesperson. And so that actually became the industry gold standard for years. And it's actually just more known in the enterprise and software world. And I heard about this and was like, oh my gosh, I should just be applying these 4 questions and weaving them into my applications to make sure that our prospects are qualified. And to give you an additional story about this, a good friend of mine was in the business opportunity space, and he had these 4 questions on his application, and one of them, timing alone, he found out that after he was about to remove it because he was trying to decrease the amount of questions on his application, shorten it up, and he looked at his last 6 months of answers and sales, and if he found out that of all the people over the last 6 months, the people who had responded to timing as immediately, they're willing to start, or willing to start tomorrow, or ASAP, those people comprised 95% of all of his closed deals. And anyone who answered anything but those 3 things comprised only 5% of his sales. And so this was a question that he was like, I don't know if it's necessary or not. But as soon as he saw that, he realized, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And we can now no longer talk to anybody who says they're not immediately ready to start. All right. And so that just goes to show you the power of one of these questions. But having all 4 makes your application an absolute blockade for providing high quality prospects to the phone call. All right. And so let's dive into each one of these. So B in BANT stands for budget. So does this person have access to the amount of money required to start working with you? And are they willing to invest it? So there's 2 separate pieces to it. So for example, you could say, if you want to be outright with it, you can say, do you have $6,000 to be willing to invest to scale your gym online? Right? Straightforward. Second, if you want to be a little bit, if you don't want to say the amount of money, then you can say, are you willing to invest money into growing your business? All right, that's a simpler question. I don't think it's going to add nearly as much value to the lead, but at the same time, you're not going to have people get sticker shock, right? And so there's both sides of it. We prefer to say the amount of money, and I do that because I'm looking for a very specific type of business owner who should expect that type of price to work with us, right, for the outcomes that we're providing. If they don't have that kind of money or would be sticker shocked by that, then I really don't want them to get on the phone with my sales team because I don't think they'd be a good fit, right? And so you can make that decision for your own business, but each of these things is going to come down to how much friction you want to apply to the application process, which I'll get to at the very end of this because it's really understanding the theory behind this that I think is important. All right, so B is budget. A is authority. Does this person have the decision-making power to make a financial purchase, right? And so an example of that is saying, are you the sole decision maker for your business or do you need someone else's permission, right? And so in this instance, they're going to say, yes, I'm the sole decision maker, or no, I need someone else's permission. And so by doing that, we can immediately word out the people who are managers or have partners, or if they say, no, I need someone else's permission, then we say, cool, let's make sure that we have that person on the phone when we take the call, right? And so that way we can actually get closer to a yes. Third is need, right? This is fundamental. Are you this type of client who wants to achieve this type of outcome. So this is really important. And I think a lot of people they become way too vague with this, right? The better you know your customer, the more specific these questions should be. Are you a gym owner who has employees, who is willing and able to take on 50 to 100 clients in the next 30 days, right? And we say that because we know we're going to blow these people's doors off. And if they're a personal trainer and they don't have the capacity to handle 50 clients, then it might not be a good fit for them or for us, right? Because we're looking for people who really want to scale. And then they would get overwhelmed, and then they'd be like, I can't even handle all this volume. And so they get upset, you get upset, and no one wins. And so you can look at all your clients and see which of these clients were the most successful over time, and then say, this is who we want. Are you this type of person who wants to achieve this outcome? And if they say yes to that, then you know they're one step closer to being your ideal prospect. All right. And then finally is timing, right? In what timeline are they looking for a solution? So the story I told you earlier, each one of these questions, I could tell you a story about just about how valuable each of them is, but I gave you the timing example. If somebody's on the phone and they're not looking, they're looking for something next week or next month or sometime in the future, their pain is not ready, or their level of certainty or their level of uncertainty in their current condition, their pain in their current condition is not high enough. Now you can try and take them on the phone, but looking at the stats from that I provided my friend, you've got, a 1 out of 20 shot at closing somebody who doesn't plan on moving forward sometime soon into moving forward, right? And so an example of asking that question is, if accepted into our program, when would you want to get started getting online clients, right? And so by doing that, you want to also say, like, when you want to start the ideal outcome, right? By saying that, we're also painting the picture of when they're going to achieve this thing. Now, if someone says, I want to get online clients next year, then there's probably not going to be a good fit, obviously, or next quarter, or next week. It's like, this is it's not a priority for you. And so we will not prioritize your application because we have other people who do want to get started, right? And so once you understand the kind of fundamentals around BANT, right, those 4 pieces, now it comes down to, like, how do you tactically weave this into your applications? These don't need to be the only 4 questions, but you should have elements of these 4 questions inside of the application questions that you have. All right, and so there's almost a psychology between questions and answers, and I could go on for hours about each of them, but I'm trying to give just a concise version for you guys. All right, so question psychology. All right, instead of saying, will you buy my program at $6,000, instead try and provide context for what type of answer, what type of person you're looking for. So, hey, we only work with established business owners who understand growth. Are you willing to invest $6,000 to scale your gym online? Right? If we say something like that, now I've given them a positive and aspirational label that I'm associating with the response that I want from them, right? So if they say no, then they have to say that they're not an established business owner. Now, if they're not an established person, they should say no. But the people who are at the halfway point, that will give them something to aspire to, and they'll probably be more likely to say yes so that we can move them along, right? Now, obviously, we don't want anybody who's not qualified, and so it should also ward away the people who are not. As an example for authority, right, decision maker. This is a simple question. It's not necessarily bad, but I think it could be improved with, instead of saying, are you the decision maker for your business, you could say, are you the sole decision maker, or do you need someone else's permission to make decisions? Now, most of us are ego driven, and I'm like, I don't need nobody's permission. Like, I can make my own decisions, right? And by doing that, we lean on their ego to get them across the finish line and get them to say, no, I can make decisions, right? So by doing that, we poke on their ego a little bit, and then we get more qualified. So these are things that can increase the value of the prospect, in my opinion. All right. Third, do you want to scale your business online? That's a simple. It's not bad, right? But could it be better? Yes, it could be more specific, right? Are you an established gym owner with employees who can handle 50 plus online clients within 30 days, right? Provide specifics when you're talking about the needs, especially when you're talking about the needs, because that's where we're really making sure that the solution we have is something that they want, right? And so big picture, you want to ask questions that matter. People should say no to them, right? Especially, like, don't just ask questions to make an application long, which I've seen people do. Ask questions for a purpose, right? Second, be willing to disqualify applicants. We turn away over half the people who apply because they're just not a fit for us. Over half, right? Because they're just not a good fit. So we just don't take the phone call. We let them know and say, hey, you're not a good fit for our program. We wish you the best, right? Third, ask simple questions that are easy to understand. Don't ask paragraph long questions. When you do that, buyers are confused, right? A lot of people, if you remember doing word problems when you were a kid, they're complicated, right? People aren't good at answering them. And so they're like, wait, what's the question again? Like, try not to ask questions in the negative where they're like, wait, is no a yes on this one? Like, ask it as simply as humanly possible and have other people read it so that they understand it too on the first read. All right. And then fourth, make sure you're thinking about how you want to lean with your questions. All questions can be loaded, right? All you have to do is read political surveys to know that you can lean a question in either direction. So you want to make sure that the questions you have are loaded. All right. Now, what about the answers? All right. So the answer to these questions, there's way more to this than this. Like, especially if you're looking for businesses of a certain size. So if you have other questions here that you want to hit for what type of client this person is, the questions that you have in terms of what revenue level that you're showing them. If your revenue levels that you list there are between $10,000 to $50,000 a month, you're going to lose anybody who's a real whale, right? And on the flip side, if you have it up to $1 million or $5 million a month in revenue, you're going to probably attract more people, but you may scare off some minnows. And it depends on what your business model is, but that may automatically make those people feel like you're a more established business. So there's psychology around the questions, the answers that you're providing for them, right? And so big pictures, like I'd love to dive more into that stuff, but the two simple strategies that you can kind of think about with this is that you can have hard questions and easy answers. You can have easy answers and hard questions, right? And so if it's a hard question, make it an easy answer. So it's like, hey, you must be willing to pay. We did a $10,000 1-hour phone call thing a little bit ago, and this is exactly how we positioned it, except it was $10,000. It says you have to be willing to pay $10,000 on the call, or we will not take the call. Are you willing and able? And if the person said no, we just didn't take the call. And so when they said yes, we took the call and then we made the sale. And so by doing that, like if you have a hard question, make the answer simple and easy, right? On the flip side, if you have an easy question, right, what's your biggest obstacle right now? Then a hard answer is because it takes them a lot of time and effort to think through what they want the answer. So the user has to generate the answer. And that's what will actually increase the quality of the lead. The more of the hard answers or input answers you have, it's more friction, right? And the more friction someone goes through, the more qualified the lead is. Now, that leads me to the point of friction overall. And so fundamentally, the way the high ticket process works is you're trying to create friction so that you can have increased quality of prospects, right? And the more friction you have, the higher quality the prospect is. But the more friction, the fewer you get. And so the goal is finding the friction sweet spot. So there's two types of friction, all right? You have higher ROI friction, that's value add friction. All right, and examples of that are funnels, right? Funnels are value add friction, right? You're taking clicks and eyeballs and you're putting this friction in place, this filter, and then only what comes through are your valued customers, right? And so high ROI friction would be the messaging, the headline that's purposely going to ward off people that are not aligned with what you want to do, right? That's why the messaging is so important in your funnels and whatnot. And to the same degree in the applications, making sure that the questions are specific, and that they are true, and that they are deliberate, and they're not just repetitive, right, or anything like that. Those are all things that are going to increase the value of the prospect, right? And on the flip side, low ROI friction would be lots of paragraph questions, repetitiveness, poor design, poor layout, poor messaging, poor load speeds, right? Messaging that doesn't match, multiple steps that don't actually add value or have a reason for it. All of those things are things that will decrease your lead flow, but also it will add friction, but not give you any more value. And so just to give you guys, just as a final note on this, and the reason I think Russell wanted me to make this was we reintroduced BANT into our application process, and it 2.5x the cost per call for us. So that's a big increase, right? That's a lot. But despite that, we actually had an increase in sales of over 20%, which for us is a good increase in sales. And so don't be afraid to pay more for a prospect who's worth a lot more. Just make sure you do the math. And so you don't have to be as hard on some of these questions. This is just a primer to get your thought process going and think about how you can weave these 4 components into your application to create as high ROI friction as possible to get as many of the best prospects through the door so that you can tell them about your products and services. So hope that made sense. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you so much for having me. And Russell, hope you enjoyed that as well too. So lots of love and keep crushing high ticket secrets. I'll see you guys soon.
All right. How was that, you guys? increasing your sales by 20% by tweaking the questions. Like it is insane. So if you like that, please tell Hormozy thank you down below. Tag him, tell him thank you. I know that he put a lot of work this morning into getting that for you guys, and he got just in the nick of time, which I'm super grateful for him doing that. And hopefully get just again, these ideas I want to keep giving you guys, because as you do this process for yourself, you're gonna have to keep testing and tweaking and making your own things. And I'm watching somebody like him who's doing it at scale that I haven't seen anyone else do in a long time. And you're watching that, and like to get these kind of like little tweaks and insights, you know, it's super powerful. So I appreciate him sharing that stuff. Okay. So that is the application process, right? So if you go back through this whole process, number one, they watch the video, the success story, then they put in their email address, and they start getting email signals. Number two, they go to the desire amplifier page. We increase the desire, right? And they have the questions that actually fill out the application form. After they fill the application form, you're not done. Okay. The next step is what we call our connection and our homework page. Okay. Now, on this page, there's a couple things I'm trying to do here. Okay. Number one is I'm trying to build connection, like personal connection, me and the person. Okay. You think about this. The very first video was with Liz Benny. So they don't have connection with me other than like, oh man, Liz Benny apparently, worked with Russell and this cool thing. So there's like this disconnect. Then I'm there for a minute, like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is what it looks like to work with me. And like, they're excited, but there's no like personal connection yet, right? So then the homework page, this is where I have a chance now to open up. This is where I become a little more vulnerable. This is where I have a chance to tell my story and connect with people, right? And so I have a connection video. So if you look at the monitor here, there's a video. And this video, I was going to show it, but it's like 10 minutes long, and I think I cry in it 3 times. So I'm not going to show it because it's kind of embarrassing. But it's a video of me telling my story about why I'm so excited about business, why I'm so passionate about, why I care about them specifically. I talked about how like every good thing in my life came because an entrepreneur risked everything, and because that my entire life's mission has been to help and to serve entrepreneurs, help them get their message out to more people. I tell a story about my wife and I, how we couldn't get pregnant. And it was because of an entrepreneur who's willing to put themselves out there and get on the TV show Oprah for us to find out about how we can get pregnant. And eventually my wife and I came back and we were pregnant. I tell this story and I'm bawling my eyes out. But it builds connection. And what's crazy is when our salespeople get on the phone afterwards, a lot of times they get on the phone like right after this and they're in tears like, oh my gosh, I just watched this video with Russell. Like I connected with him. Like, this is the person I want to work with, right? And so my goal is to build connection. So this is where for you, I would open up and be a little more vulnerable. Things that I wouldn't put it on an ad or put on a landing page. But this is where it's like, look, this is why I actually care about you. Let me tell you my story, and I want to build that connection. Okay, so the first thing for me is connection. Okay, the second thing, I think that's the first thing here. Connection. Give them homework. Go watch these videos. Do these things. Give them things to build connection. That's one thing I was going to tell you. So I get into build connection. The other thing is I'm using this as a pre-frame. If you know much about marketing, like everything is a frame, right? So the ad is a frame for the landing page, right? The landing page is a frame for the next, like everything you're doing is framing them up for the next page. Okay. And so you look at this, it's like my job on this is to frame up the call. So help them understand like what the call is happening, what to expect, like why you should be excited. Like I'm doing all these things to try to prepare them for that call. Okay. So that's why I'm giving them homework. Like, hey, before the call, I highly recommend watch this video here so you understand our mission, you understand what ClickFunnels is, you understand, like giving some things to prepare them for that thing, you building a frame to make it so that they're more successful and they have a chance to get on the call with your salesperson. Okay. That's what's kind of happening. This whole page is a frame for the call. Does that make sense? All right. So give them the connection homework. Number 2 is here I try to initiate an inbound call. Now you guys remember I told you guys yesterday about when we were doing the phone sales where we were outbound calling everybody, that if we could get them with the toilet letter, if we got them to inbound call, they went from being worth $150 per lead to $450 per lead, right? It's like what, 3 times more money if they called us. And so when I realized that, but when we started doing this process as well, I said, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. Okay, after they apply, they get here, they can wait for our sales team to call, or they can initiate a call immediately. So if you look at the page here, it says, congratulations, watch this video. It's like, oh, by the way, if you're like ready today and you want to get started, you don't have to like wait for us to call you. You can jump to the front of the line. Now, just because you call ahead doesn't mean you're guaranteed a spot, but you don't have to wait for us to call you. You can get on a call right now. Here's our phone number. Give us a call. So on the thank you page, I'm telling them to give us a call, right? I'm trying to initiate the call. Now, I've been in tons of debates. This is like the lifelong debate. And most people on this page will have a thing where someone goes and schedules a call with one of your salespeople. We tested that for about 3 days and we pulled it down because it was killing morale and killing sales. I am not a fan of having like, here, schedule a sales call on the thank you page. Robbie's shaking his head as well. He agrees with me. Yet every other sales trainer will tell you that. But I would go head to head with all of them, proving them that we're actually right because we tested it. So the problem with this, okay, sales, and you'll see this more and more with Robbie. You saw some today, you'll see tomorrow. Like sales is about momentum and energy. And so you get sales guys together in a room, you get 4 or 5 or people together, they feed off the energy and everything goes up. The worst thing you do to sales guys, they show up like, hey, I got 8 appointments today. Okay, first one's at 9 o'clock, then 10 o'clock, and they have the call and they get on the call, they dial the person and no one's there, and they're like, oh, they hang up and they're next call is an hour. I'm just gonna walk around and wait. 10 o'clock, here comes the call. They get the phone out, dial, and then the person's not there. Oh crap, 2 no-shows. And by the time it's like noon, they're like, this sucks. The whole day's done. Energy's dropped. Everyone else is like frustrated and your sales just tank. Okay. I want a sales guy coming in, and when they come in the morning, it's like, boom, we got 10 applications for you last night. Start calling them. And they're like, okay, let's go. And they start picking up the phone, they start dialing, they start creating energy and momentum, and they're setting calls and they're scheduling, and like, things are happening. They're never sitting around waiting for an appointment. Okay. Again, man, I can't think of anything worse to kill the momentum of a salesperson than waiting for a call and then it misses, and then waiting for the next call and misses and misses. Okay. We literally, print out the applications on paper and hand them a stack of paper. Like, what's the CRM you use? It's paper. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's better ways. I'm sure there's better ways to do it, but this way it gives momentum, it gives energy, and it's simpler. Before it always, I mean, Robbie's laughing, but I can't tell you how many times we try to get fancy software. It plugs in, you have the thing in the CRM and all this other stuff. And sales guys are just like, I just need a phone. I need to call the dude, and I'm supposed to be like, we go simple and it works. And so that's kind of my big thing. So we do not have them schedule a call. We have them initiate a call. They can call us right now, or they're going to call from us when we're ready. Okay. And again, it's coming back to this positioning thing where it's like, you're on my schedule, I'm not on your schedule. Okay. Again, whole positioning thing. So everything we do to initiate an inbound call. Okay. So then after someone's applied, we also take them through an email sequence. Okay. So again, first time I try to get them to initiate calls on the thank you page. The next time I do it is through my next email sequence. Okay. This is the emails post application. Okay, so after someone's applied, I move them off that first email list. I move them to this one. I take them through these emails now to get them to initiate an inbound call. Okay, so let me read you guys our email sequence that does this. Okay, again, here they are. Email number 1, thank you for applying. Email number 2, I'm deeply sorry. Email number 3, no call yet. Email number 4, are you still interested? And then 4th day, still interested. 3rd day, still interested. Okay, so here's what they look like. Email number 1, subject line, thank you for applying. Thank you so much for applying for our inner circle. We have received your application. We're looking forward to talking with you. Here's what to expect next. First, please complete your homework. You can see your assignments here. I push them back to the homework page. Second, in the next day or so, our team will be reviewing and pre-approving applications. In the next 24 to 72 hours, you will be hearing from us. Note, if you are accepted, in the next 24 to 72 hours, you'll be getting a phone call from one of our team members to go over your application. If you're not accepted, you'll receive an email letting you know that you aren't accepted with our suggestions of what you suggestions are for you to take next. Ooh, it gets hard to read in front of 5,000 people. Just kidding. Thank you again. We look forward to talking to you soon, Russell Brunson. Okay. This is true. When our sales guys go through the emails, they're like, this person's got no money, no time, no whatever. It's like, this person's not a good fit. So we'll send them an email and be like, hey, thanks for your application. You're not a good fit. You should go watch this webinar. We push them to a lower ticket offer in the value ladder because we don't want to spend our time, the sales guys' time, if the person's not qualified. So if not qualified, you push them to go watch a webinar and buy something lower ticket. Okay. That's email number 1. Now I move to email number 2, which is I'm deeply sorry. Subject line, I'm deeply sorry. Body. I want to apologize. We knew we were going to get a lot of interest in the new inner circle, but we didn't realize it would be this much. We're taking this very seriously. We can't accept everyone right now. We've been spending a significant amount of time going through each and every application, and it's taking longer than we had thought. I'll let you know the final choices. I'll let you know who the final choices are, and if you're one of them within the next day or so. I have my whole staff working on these right now, so thanks for your patience. Talk soon, Russell Brunson. P.S. Make sure you've completed the homework so that when you do get a talk, you are prepared. The homework is listed here. Boom, I push them back to the homework page, which, by the way, has the phone number for them to call. All right. Email number 3, no call yet. Subject line, not get called yet, question mark. Okay, from all of the nervous phone calls and emails we've been getting, I get it. You want in and you want in now. If you're still waiting to get called back on your application, but you're ready to move now, you can give us a call and we'll jump you to the front of the line. First, make sure you've done your homework here. Boom, back to the application page or the homework page. Second, you can call Robbie at this phone number. Boom. This doesn't guarantee you're going to get accepted, but it'll give you a chance to start talking to us now. Sound good? Cool. We'll talk to you in a few minutes. Boom. And after that email, the calls start coming, which is a way to motivate sales guys, keep them very energized as opposed to them waiting for appointments someday in the future. Okay, email number 4. I sent this on day number 7. It says, the subject line, are you still interested? Question mark. Hey, are you still interested in the inner circle? If so, please call Robbie, or please give me or Robbie a call at, here's phone number, ASAP today. Thanks, Russell Brunson. Super easy. And then a week later, I send out this email that says, are you still interested? Question mark. And it says, are you still interested are you still interested in the inner circle? If so, please give me or Robbie a call at boom ASAP today. And then 30 days later, I do the same email. Are you still interested? Question mark. If you're still interested in the inner circle, if so, please give me or Robbie a call ASAP here. Boom. And that's it. Okay. You see how that works? You're getting people to initiate a call, get them to come in so we can start working with them quickly. Okay. Now, I tell you, you can ask Robbie, you can ask any salesperson, the best lead coming in is when they're calling you. Hey, right? This is the takeaway sale. It's not me chasing you, it's you chasing me, calling me. And it's like, oh, let me find your application. Wow, I got so many here. Okay, I found yours. Let me go through this real quick. Tell me about yourself, and then boom, right into the script. Okay. So that's how we do the post email sequence. Okay. And that's kind of how the funnel works, you guys. Very simple. Okay. Again, page number 1. As you saw, we have a success story from our students. They watch the video down below. They click on the apply button. It pops up the place for the email. They get the email, right? Then they start getting email sequence number 1 I shared with you. Then they're taken immediately to the desire amplifier page. This page now you have a video to amplify their desire, show them success stories, testimonials as they're filling out the application. Okay. You can use some of my application questions, use everything Hermosi showed you guys earlier today to build a perfect application form. Then from there, if they apply, they go to the homework and the connection and homework page. We have the video to build connection with you, to be more vulnerable, tell them why you do what you do and why you care about their business, whatever it is that you're selling. Then you have a phone number for them to inbound, to initiate an inbound call. And then you have the email sequence from there. This job is to initiate an inbound call as well. And that is the funnel. That's all the tweaks and tests of probably 5 years of testing that got us to this point. Okay. So again, as I always tell you guys, when you're funnel hacking someone, you can go and you can go through literally 13 years, if you look at the very beginning till now, of trial and error, or you can just start where we left off, which is this. And it works really, really good. Okay. So that's the first type of funnel. Now, there's another type that's very, very similar, so I won't go into nearly as much detail, but I'll kind of walk you through the difference. Okay. And this basically comes where maybe you are getting started, you do not have a success story yet, right? How many of you are like, this is amazing, but I don't have a Liz Benny yet. I don't have somebody blew their mind yet, but I'm ready to start coaching, ready to start teaching. Okay. I've had proven success for myself, but nobody else yet. If so, you can build the second type of phone funnel, which we call a case study phone funnel. Okay, the case study phone funnel is structured very similar. The biggest difference is instead of having the client success story on the homepage, what we're doing instead, excuse me, is we're having a free. We created a success story video. Okay, and so this is an example one. This one's not live anymore, but kind of the gist. So we have a video here. And the video is just showing success stories. So what have you done in the past for yourself or for somebody else? Okay. This was an example. We had this new funnel type we were rolling out. Man, this is pre-ClickFunnels. So this is probably 7 or 8 years ago. We had this one, and we had this funnel we created called the black box funnel. It was really cool. It's kind of the sneaky little backwards funnel that it was awesome. We did a little event. We showed a handful of people. They went out and did it. And from that, one of the success stories was this lady. She had a list of like, I think 3,000 or 4,000 people. And she did this black box funnel. She did it and she made $89,000. Actually $89,230. And so I did a case. I said, hey, here's a free case study of how someone did $89,000 to a tiny list of people in less than 3 days. Okay. And then this video here is just a case study. Okay. Hey, this is so-and-so. I had a chance to work with her. This is what she did. And I just tell the story. Like not some fancy sales script. I'm just showing the case study. This is what she did. This is where she was struggling, what she did before, what happened, the result. It was amazing. And I just share the story. And the end of it's like, isn't that cool? Would you like us to do something similar to that for you? If so, click on the button down below and apply. Okay. If I was in the weight loss market, maybe I went and lost 500 pounds. I'm like, hey, actually I can do this for real. So some of you guys know I'm a wrestler. You can tell by my ears probably. I used to cut between 15 and 30 pounds every single week for 12 years of my life. Okay. I was doing the math one time. I don't remember what it was. It was like 10,000 pounds or something crazy like that. So, cause in wrestling, you have to weigh in every Thursday for your match, right? So Monday I'd come in on scale, I get on scale, I'd be 160 and like, oh, Thursday I'd be 130 and I go do this stuff, right? So I could be like, here's a case study about how I lost 30 pounds a week every single week for 12 years and how you can do it as well. It might be a horrible case study because most people don't want to lose 30 pounds a week, but let's just say that's what it was, right? Here's a case study of how I lose 30 pounds a week to make weight for wrestling or for jiu-jitsu, whatever the thing might be, right? This is what I do. Day number 1, I do this. I show a video showing the case study of how I got some result. Video's done. It's like, yeah, I think that's cool. If you want me to help you with that, put in the email down below and you can apply to work with me to help you get the similar result. Okay. So you're showing a case study of a result you got for yourself or a case study of a result you got for somebody else. You show the case study, have them apply, take them through the process. Okay. Very powerful, very amazing. And I love the free case study funnel as well. Again, they watch the video showing the case study. They apply if they want your help, if they want your help achieving that same result. And then same thing, you get the email address so you can follow up. I have the same email sequence that I showed you guys earlier today. And from there, I go to the Desire Amplifier page. They go fill out the application. Again, this is all the same. I'm not going to go deep into it. And then I have my homework page, where again, this homework page is the same. Here's what to expect. Here's what to do right now. Call this phone number right now if you want to come in. And that's how we kind of take someone through that process. They give them the homework that builds connection. Try to get an initial inbound call. There you go. So you guys notice the funnel is almost the same. The email sequences are the same. The difference is instead of a success story, it is a case study that drives the front of it. Okay, and both of these things work awesome. Okay. All right, you guys. So that was kind of the layout of the high ticket funnels. What do you guys think about that? Is that exciting? All right. Okay, I got something really cool I want to share with you guys because I've been watching the comments in between, and there's tons of you guys who are freaking out because you missed the videos yesterday, you missed something today, or you want to go back and watch the replays and things like that. I told you guys before that we are filming this because it's going to become a live course in the near future, right? And how many of you guys would like to get access to this course and the replays and the videos and all the stuff that comes along with it? You're like, this is good stuff. I want to be able to watch it again over and over and over again. Okay, if that's you, then we got something really cool we put together that's going to make that possible. You guys cool if I spend maybe 10 minutes kind of going through that really quick today before we break? All right, I'm assuming everyone's saying yes. Yes, if it is, if you're cool with that, tell me down below. Okay, so the question for you then is, who here wants access to the full high ticket secrets course? You know, obviously we've been going through, we have 6 modules we're going through live with you guys today, but Robbie actually spent, I would say probably a week and a half, 2 weeks in this room filming a whole bunch of other stuff to help supplement this process that's going to be in this new course that we're rolling out. And if you guys are interested in getting this full course, not just the stuff today, but everything else that we've done, we got something really cool I want to share with you guys, okay? You cool if I go through that right now? All right, I'm excited. So I'm excited because a couple of things. Some of you guys know this, but ClickFunnels has officially entered into the streaming wars. We've got Netflix, we've got Apple TV, we've got Disney Plus, and now we have Funnelflix. How many of you guys are Funnelflix members, by the way, out there? Yeah, if you're Funnelflix members, that's exciting. So this was cool, but instead of, I need to update the slide. I keep forgetting about it. Instead of Netflixing and chilling, and it's funny, I didn't know what that meant. I Googled it as I was making these slides initially, and I found out later. So anyway, instead of Netflix and chill, we are Funnelflixing and building, right? I want our entire community going to Funnelflix, watching stuff, learning how to build things and things like that, right? So that's what this is about. So I want you guys to be part of Funnelflix so you can start building your companies and growing, okay? And now inside of Funnelflix, if you are a member already, as you know, we have the best courses on funnel building, on copywriting, on traffic, on personal development, business development, and a whole bunch more. Okay, the courses in there are second to none. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars licensing all the courses from Frank Kern, from Dan Kennedy, from a bunch of other, from Tony Robbins, a bunch of other amazing stuff as well that I'm not going to go into. But I want you guys to know that the reason why we were creating this high ticket secrets training program and course and everything is because we wanted this course to be inside of Funnelflix. Okay, and so that's why we've been spending so much time and energy. And so this thing's gonna be inside of Funnelflix. So the cool thing about that is if you are already a member of Funnelflix, you get everything I'm talking about right now completely free. You don't do anything. It's just gonna be there for you, okay? So congratulations if you're amazing. You already are a Funnelflix member. You don't have to do anything. This is all yours. This is our gift to you because this is literally the gift that keeps on giving. If you're not a Funnelflix member yet right now, I'm gonna bribe you to upgrade today, and that way you get access to all the stuff we're talking about, okay? Nice thing about Funnelflix is Funnelflix doesn't cost you any money. All you have to do is you have to upgrade from ClickFunnels to ClickFunnels Platinum, and at ClickFunnels Platinum level, you get Funnelflix as well. Okay, and so that's kind of the goal. My goal is if you are using ClickFunnels and at $97 a month, you to upgrade to Platinum. When you get that, you get access to Funnelflix plus this new high ticket secrets training. Okay, so here's what you're gonna get when you guys upgrade today. We got a whole bunch of cool things for you. Okay. So the first thing you're going to get, as you guys know, you've been going through this course. You've gotten half of this course. Okay. Actually, probably a third of this course technically. The third of the course right now. Robbie's has been filming a whole bunch of stuff I'll share with you guys here in a minute. But starting on Monday, we're actually launching a high ticket secrets 21-day challenge. And the reason why is I've been talking about high ticket stuff for so long. In my inner circle, we talked about it. We trained on it. Like we did it over and over and over and over again. Okay, Sarah Petty, you saw her story a little earlier. She's someone I sat here for probably a year and a half in your circle talking about you should do a high ticket thing, you should do it, and she didn't do it. And finally, one day sat down with Robbie, and Robbie's like, let's just do it, and he forced her to do it. And they've done multiple 2 Common Clubs they've won now from their high ticket funnel because they just did it. So this is my job, is to do what we did with Sarah Petty, just like get you to stop and say, okay, we're going to build this together. So your high ticket program will be done, launched, and live in the next 21 days. That way you're not ever going to think about it again. It'll be done and be ready for you to take it to prime time. Does that sound good? How many of you guys want our help just holding your hand over the next 21 days until this entire process is done? From your application funnel, from the email sequences, from the coaching, like all the things, building out your program, like all this stuff so you have it ready to rock and roll. How many of you guys want to do that? All right. Robbie's in on this one already. Okay, so this is what the 21-day challenge looks like. Those of us who've done one of our 21-day challenges in the past, Miles on our team and Karen on our team, the ones who run this. Miles is in charge of our events and a whole bunch of other stuff he's put on this event for you guys today. Karen's been my lead copywriter now for 4 or 5 years. They come in, they're going to train you guys and take you through this process over the next 21 days. They'll be bringing people like Robbie and other things to help guide you, and each day is going to be one thing. Day number 1, do just this thing. Day number 2, just do this. Day number 3, they're going to go live every single day for 21 days. And by the time the whole thing is done, your high ticket funnel will be done. Your coaching program will be done. You'll have traffic coming into, everything will be done. So there's no more I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it next month. I'll do it 6 months from now. It's happening today. And this first training starts Monday. So that's why it's important and vital for you to get started now. Okay, so I'm going to be giving you guys this push because I don't want you to miss it, because Monday, this party's starting. The train is leaving the station. If you're not on it, you're going to miss out and you come back later. Okay, no, I'm ready. Well, we had a whole group of people like you who are doing this together. Why didn't you come and just do it with us instead of waiting now and trying to do it later? This will be happening live this first time. I want to make sure you guys are part of it, okay? So that's the first thing is the 21-day challenge starts Monday. Number 2 thing you're going to get, I'm going to give you guys access to the application funnels that we have done, that we've created inside of ClickFunnels. So you can click a button, it'll put the whole share funnel in there. And then on top of that, we have hackathons where you're going to jump on with a group of people from our team and you're going to say, hey, we're going to build a high ticket funnel, and you guys will actually build it out together. Okay, so you have to guess what funnel works best and how should I do it and blah, 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 blah. You'll get the share funnels for my actual application funnels. You got to tweak the copy and plug in your videos, but all the stuff is there. So it should make it super easy and simple for you to go in there, just copy and paste and retweak things. And like I said, there'll be a hackathon we can jump in with a bunch of the ClickFunnels funnel builders to help you guys to get it executed and get it done and launched and live. Okay, but in the 21 days, it's not going to be hopefully this will be done. It'll be done. If you just follow the process, it will be done. It'll be finished, and you'll have a high ticket funnel done. You have a coaching program, everything will be done and ready for you, which is going to be really fun. Okay. So next thing you can get is the high ticket or the application lead funnels. Okay. Number 3, Robbie put together a whole training that we recorded in here, showing you guys how to find rock star salespeople. How many of you guys are like, this is amazing, but I do not want to be doing the sales? Okay, if that's you, or you're like, I want to do sales initially, but long-term, I don't want to. Okay, he filmed an entire thing showing exactly how to go and find the rock star salespeople, how we did it. How do we build a sales team of 60 people? We had certain ads we ran, we had certain scripts we used. We had some really cool interview things we did that are insanely cool. I was watching Robbie's videos, and it is so cool. So we're going to show you how to find rockstar salespeople, how to get them in, and how to actually keep them. And that module alone is something that, again, we don't have time to do it in the 3 days here, but it's already recorded. It's in the member areas. You can start going through that tonight if you want to. Start looking at those things and figure out how in the world am I going to get these people hired. It's all in there ready for you to rock and roll today. So that's the next thing you get is how to fire them, again, or how to hire the rock stars. Again, this is everything from the ads to run, how to do the interview questions, all that kind of stuff to make sure you get the right people who are good salespeople. Okay. Next one is the script training for your sales team. You've had a chance to see Robbie do some of the sales, doing some role-playing stuff here on stage. Tomorrow you can see the role-playing of the 2-step script. But how many of you guys are like, this is awesome, but I wish I could show it to my sales guy. I wish I could go deep with it. I wish I could take my sales guy and fly him to Boise so that Robbie could just train him. How many of you guys would love if you just flew your salesperson here and sat him in this room and Robbie would just train him to become rock stars for you? Okay? That's amazing, right? I told you this before, when we started this whole process, we had the application funnel built, we had all these leads coming in, our sales guys couldn't close any of them, 0 sales. Robbie came in for 3 hours. The next day they closed $36,000 in sales. It was insane from 3 hours with Robbie. So what we did is we brought in 4 or 5 people in this room right here, and we got them. You can see, actually, there's a picture. And Robbie sat down and he did a training showing them exactly how to do the script, going through every single thing. And then he did role plays. So we have the script training and the role plays and everything for the script you guys learned about today. Okay, the 2-step script you learn about tomorrow, we did the same thing. Sat down with the salespeople and he walked through this script and the training. So you don't have to go and try to explain this to your guy or give them the .com secrets book. Just read this and sell me something. You can literally, it's like flying them to Boise, having him here, and Robbie will train him. It's the same thing. They're logging in the members area. They'll get the exact same training that the sales guys in our team got. And you're going to have a chance to watch it. They can watch it over and over and over and over again. They get the role play video so they can see it over, so they can course correct, they can figure it out. And this is not just a program for you to learn how to do it. This will literally train your salespeople for you. Or if you're the one doing the sales, it's going to train you how to do it. Or let's say it's I don't have a funnel, I don't want to have a funnel, but I want to sell for somebody else. Go through this, learn how to sell. You can go to any company on this planet and be like, hey, I'm really good at sales. Can I sell for you? They will all say yes, unless they're stupid. Okay. So if you want to learn this skill, come and learn it here. Okay. The script training for your sales team is amazing. Literally every time I have a new salesperson we bring in, we don't train them. We just hey, go watch this stuff. It's the same training we give our people, the same training we give your people. Okay. So learning the best practices the same way that we are as well. Okay. So script training. And that, again, this is already in the members area. You can start learning this tonight if you want. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. It's ready to rock and roll and ready for you guys to go through it. On top of that, with the contracts and the compliance things, okay? If you sell somebody something really expensive, it's not like an ebook where like if they want a refund, you give them the money back, right? Someone writes you a check for $25,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or more, you need to have a contract in place. It's a different type of game you're playing, right? And so we have contracts where the templates you can use to fill out to make sure that you have a good agreement with people. There's also compliance stuff like how do you do sales compliance, make sure that the salesmen aren't selling things that are illegal and like all sorts of stuff like that. There's training to do that for you as well, all inside the members area. Okay, so that way that stuff's all taken care of, and it's pretty awesome. Okay, so here's a recap of all the cool stuff you're gonna get. Number one is you're gonna get the 21-day Secrets Challenge. Oh no, my slide's gonna be jacked up. Can I pause for a second? You guys fix that? I wanna make sure this isn't running off the page. This is like the most important slide of the entire thing, as you guys all know. We're gonna give them 30 seconds to see if they can do it. I wanna walk you, as they're doing that, this is really similar to like Sarah Petty as well. Sarah's in her circle. You guys saw her testimony a little earlier. And when she was doing it, she had tried high ticket stuff in the past, again, using her own scripts, things like that. Robbie sat down with her, walked her through the script, they did a couple practice rounds with it, jumped on the phones, and you guys saw, she talked about her launch, the first one that came through. It was insane. More than two Common Clubs worth of revenue has come through since then, all off the same high ticket script. Okay. And it was Robbie spending a couple hours with her, walking her through the script, showing her how it works. And so you guys have the access to the exact same thing. It's like me literally renting out Robbie and shipping him all around the country for everybody. Which I don't think we should probably do, but it'll be fun. Yeah, that slide's in there twice too, so if you can copy it after you get it cleaned up, that'd be awesome. Anyway, how many of you guys are excited about this so far? How many of you guys, I'm curious, there's probably 3 different paths here, A, B, and C. So down below, I can tell you A, B, and C. A is like, I'm the entrepreneur, this is amazing, I'm gonna plug my team and they're gonna learn it. So if that's you, put A down below. B is like, okay, I'm not the entrepreneur in the business, but I want to be the person in my team to like go figure this out and like build a high ticket funnel for us. I want to get, sales team. How many of you guys like you're an entrepreneur, you're inside the company. You're like, I want to implement this in the company that I work with right now. Okay, if that's you, put a B down below. And if number 3, you're like, I want to learn how to sell like crazy, and you're on the side number C. You want to learn how to sell that way you can write your own paycheck for the rest of your life. Let me know down below if you're C. Okay, so A, B, or C. All right, let us know. I'm gonna go check that out when we get back. Okay, so good news, the slide is fixed. So first thing you're gonna get when you guys upgrade to FunnelFlix today, number 1 is you get access to the High Ticket Seekers 21-day challenge that starts Monday. It means over the next 21 days, you will have your entire funnel built, your coaching program done, the sales, all the stuff will be done in the next 21 days. Number 2, you can get the application lead funnels. These are the same funnels I built. I spent 5 or 6 years testing and tweaking, making perfect. You guys will get these in your ClickFunnels accounts, so you can go and edit them. Plus, our team will help you do a hackathon to make sure they're customized for you specifically. Number 3, you're gonna get the training on how to find and hire rockstar salespeople, so you get the right salespeople selling your products for you. Number 4, you're gonna get the script training for your team. That way, when you do bring in people, you don't have to train them. You just plug them into our training. It'll train them for you, and they'll start selling for you out the gate. You get the contracts and the compliance stuff. That way, you don't have to stress about like legal contracts and what do I do and how do I do it. You can take ours, tweak them for yourself. Now you got contracts with you and your clients, which are really powerful. Plus, you get access to everything else inside of FunnelFlix, which all of my FunnelFlix members know what's in there. How many of you guys are my FunnelFlix members? Okay, and again, if you're in FunnelFlix, you already have all this for free, don't worry. But if you're not yet, this is my bribe to get you guys upgrade, okay? Total value of all this is insane. Okay, I'm not going to try. I'm going to say hashtag over deliver because you guys are getting everything in the kitchen sink and a bunch more. But the biggest thing is this is going to give you guys the next 21 days to finally get your high ticket funnel done. Okay, now if you're already in FunnelFlix, the good news is this is free. Okay, if you're already a ClickFunnels Platinum member, you have FunnelFlix, you don't have to pay anything. You're there, log in the members area, and the High Ticket Secrets 21-day challenge is there inside of FunnelFlix. You can click on it, and you can start going through all the pre-recorded stuff that's done. All of these videos will be, as soon as we get these all edited, they will be in there probably early next week as well. And then the 21-day challenge starts on Monday. So if you're already a ClickFunnels Platinum member, congratulations. It's all free for you. Is it okay if we over-deliver? You guys cool with that? I just want to make sure everyone's cool. I can charge you more if you want, but if not, like, all right, okay. So that's the game plan. Now, if you are not yet a ClickFunnels Platinum member, maybe you're not a ClickFunnels member at all yet. For some reason, I haven't convinced you in the last 6 years of me talking about funnels every single day, every single minute of my waking life. I haven't convinced you that funnels are the greatest thing since sliced bread. If that's you right now, maybe this is the thing that's going to push you over and be like, okay, I need to do it. And this is going to be your first entrance into it, okay? If that's you, it means you're going to need to sign up at the Platinum level. That way you get access to this, okay? If you're already a ClickFunnels member at $97 a month, you're okay, I'm ready to put on my big boy pants to go to the next level. This is my invitation for you to step up to the Platinum level and get access to everything else. It's going to upgrade your ClickFunnels account to the Platinum level and a whole bunch of other amazing things. But now is the time, okay? So this is what we're going to do. The nice thing about this is you get access to all the stuff we're talking about and more, and you don't even have to say yes, okay? All you have to do is say maybe. Like, I think this might work. Maybe. If you think maybe this might work for you, then you're in. Okay. The reason why is we have what we call our 7-day sneak peek. That means you can jump in, go through the high ticket stuff, go through funnel flicks, go through all the stuff. You can go through the first week of training and not pay anything, $0 right now. Okay. So it's called a sneak peek. All you gotta do is go to platinumsneakpeek.com. You go there and say, I want to try it out. And it's gonna give you 7-day sneak peek of platinum. Okay. You go in there, you have a chance to go through again. You go through all high ticket stuff. You can go download the videos, go watch like whatever you want. You can guys go have fun inside there for a week. It doesn't cost you anything. And after a week, if you love it, don't do anything. And then your account will get upgraded to platinum level and your billing will start at that point. But you got a week just to sneak peek it, check it out, and just say maybe. Okay. So my goal for you is not even just sell you right now. My goal is just for you to say maybe. Do I think this will work for me? Maybe. Boom, then you're in. Okay. Like maybe this works. You're in. Maybe I need a high ticket funnel. Boom, you're in. Maybe I should learn sales. Boom, you're in. Like, let's go. You don't have to wait for anything. It's not going to cost you anything today. All you do is go platinumsneakpeek.com and just go get started. Just say maybe. And you got a week to go play in here. Go through the first week of training with Karen and Miles. Have some fun with it. And then at that point, you can figure out if it's going to be worth it for you or not. Okay, but don't take my word for it. Just go take the sneak peek. You got 7 days. Come check it out. It's going to be so much fun. It means all weekend long, you can geek out on the high ticket stuff. You go through the sales training. All that stuff is ready for you today. You can go there right now. Okay. Okay, again, I want to remind you guys that after you start your sneak peek, the 21-day challenge starts this Monday. Miles and Karen have been going through it with you. They did this recently. They did this 2 months ago with our List Building Secrets Challenge. People went crazy. We had about 5,000 people, I believe, who went through the challenge, and people built lists faster than ever before. This is our next challenge. It's 21 days of them going through and getting your high-ticket funnel built, your coaching program in place, like all those kind of things. All the things you've been thinking about and talking about and visualizing will now be done. No more thinking or waiting till tomorrow. Mañana. We have this problem as entrepreneurs. I was like, oh, tomorrow I'll do it. Oh, tomorrow I'll do it. And next thing you know, it's been a month, a week, a year, and beyond. No, I'm not talking about later. I'm talking about today. Now is the time to make that decision because now is the time to get started. Okay. Monday is when the first thing starts. It means you have today, tomorrow, all weekend to start going through the training, dig through all Robbie's stuff, go through the sales stuff, like get your mind immersed in this weekend. And Monday show up ready to rock and roll and get ready to take over your market with your new high ticket funnel. Okay. So Monday, the 21-day challenge starts. That's why it's so essential you guys get started today. Here's one last recap what you're going to get. First off is the 21-day high ticket secrets challenge that starts Monday. Number 2 is the application lead funnels. That's all the members there right now. Number 3 is the finding and hiring rockstar salespeople. Number 4 is the script training for your team. Number 5 is the contracts and the compliance for your employees. Plus, you get access to everything outside of Funnel Flicks, which is crazy. You'll see when you get in there. Total value of #overdeliver. If you're already a Funnel Flicks member, just relax, knowing that we just over-delivered again, and now you're getting this gift as well on top of everything else. If you're not a Funnel Flicks member, now is the time. What are you waiting for? Look how much cool stuff we do for our Platinum members. You guys can get it for free if you're a Platinum, so let's just go upgrade right now. You know you want it, and you know you need it. So what are you waiting for? Now is the time. All you got to do right now, again, is not even say yes. Don't even, like, the decision is not yes or no. The decision is like, do I think this might work for me? If the answer is maybe, then let's do it. Let's figure it out. Let's try it for yourself. You have nothing to lose, not even a penny, $0 right now. All you gotta do is go to platinumsneakpeek.com. Go there. If you already have a ClickFunnels account, it's gonna upgrade you to platinum. Okay. And then you have 7 days to go through it all. Go through this, go through the first 7 days of training with Miles and Karen, go through as much as you want, have fun in there, have a good time. And then at the end of that, you can decide if you want it or not. And then, and again, if you're already Funnel Flicks, you already have it. If you're not a ClickFunnels member yet, hopefully this is finally the push that's going to get you there. Because I'm going to keep talking about this. I'm not going anywhere. ClickFunnels is not going anywhere. It's been 6 years we've been in business now. We are having so much fun changing your lives and changing other businesses, other entrepreneurs' lives. And I want to continue to change yours as well. And so hopefully this is the kick to get some of you guys there. And some of you guys are like, Russell, it's a lot of money to join ClickFunnels. I want to remind you, the average high ticket sell on the low end is like $5,000, right? On the high end is $25,000, $50,000, $100,000 below. So let's say you're nervous, like, I don't believe myself. I'm just going to sell a $5,000 thing. That's all I'm going to go for, okay? So that's the low end. That's totally cool. So if you do that and you sell one product, one person buys your $5,000 thing, that pays for your entire platinum account for a year and a half if you get one sell. So you think you can spend 21 days with me and Robbie and Miles and Karen going through this and building your funnel, and worst case scenario, you only get one sell? You get just one sell. One sell that pays for your platinum account for a year and a half. You get 2 sales, that's 3 years of your platinum account. You get 4 sales. I mean, come on now. It's not that difficult, okay? When you just follow the process, it's not that difficult, okay? When we were doing this for the Inner Circle, we'd get out 10 applications a day. They'd come in 1 out of 10 signed up, $25,000 a piece. And it was just like clockwork, okay? Now, I'm not guaranteeing it's going to happen for you. I don't know what your numbers are going to be or anything, but it's not that difficult to sell a $5,000 thing or $10,000 or $25,000. And you will see when you go through the process. When you do the leads the right way, when you get the traffic the right way, when you do the sales calls the right way, the process is not difficult, and it's really easy to sell high expensive things, okay? One $5,000 sale pays for this for a year and a half. Everything after that's pure profit. Okay, you guys getting this? I want to make sure you understand that. But even if you're like, I'm still on the fence, I don't know, you do not have to say yes right now. All you have to say right now is maybe. And the answer is maybe. I think this might work for me. I'm excited. I'm feeling it. I think it's going to work. If your answer is maybe, then now is the time. Go to platinumsneakpeek.com, go upgrade your account, go in there, and you've got all weekend long to go through the trainings, watch the stuff, and then Monday, show up to class, and our team's going to take you through a 21-day challenge to help get this thing done and executed so it's finally live and ready for you. I want you guys to understand your people right now are waiting for you. Okay, you have customers, you have people whose lives you can change with the talents and the things that you've been given by God. Okay, I believe that. Okay, I believe that, and Robbie talked about this yesterday, we have a moral responsibility, we have a moral obligation to sell people the products and services we believe in. I believe in this. That's why I'm here yelling at the camera right now, in a room with a couple people, because I know that I can help you. I know this will help you. I have a moral obligation to get you to stop thinking and waiting and hesitating, just do it. So I'm making this offer as insane as possible. Okay, I have a moral obligation to change your life. Okay, and you do too. You've been called to serve some group of people. You have the ability to do that. You've been given God-given talents and gifts. You can change the life of somebody. But if you don't stop waiting and thinking about it and don't move and say, I'm going to do it. Today is the day. No longer is it a should. Someday I'm going to build a funnel. It has to be a must. And if now is the time where it's like, okay, I'm going to do it. I must do it. I'm not going to think about it. I have to do it today. Then it's time to get started. Okay, and again, I'm making this as no risk as humanly possible. Just say maybe. Go sign up. You got a week to go check out this thing. Go through the first week of training with Miles and Karen. And if whatever reason you're like, this isn't for me, it's too confusing, I don't think I can sell it, whatever, if we haven't shattered your beliefs, the false beliefs that are holding you back at this point, jump on there. We're going to do it. And then you can get started. And it's going to be so much fun, you guys. I cannot wait to see what happens for you on the other side of this. Okay, not only is it exciting for you, man, I can't wait to see the lives that you're able to change because of it. That's really most important, the most exciting, most important part. You guys seen during the breaks, we play videos of the success stories of people who have come through our programs, had success. These are people who were scared. They were nervous, should I sign up? Should I not sign up? They're freaking out and they decided to do it. They took that leap of faith, not knowing for sure if it was going to work. They said, maybe it'll work for me. And then they put themselves on the line. So, okay, I committed to this. I'm going to work hard at it. And they worked hard and they worked hard and they worked hard. And then you guys have seen the fruits of it. Okay, you saw Liz's, you saw Drew's story. You've seen during the breaks, you guys saw videos from Gabe. You've seen videos from Colin Wayne, from all these entrepreneurs who were just like you. They were nervous. They were watching something like this one day and how will that work for me? I don't know. I mix music. How is that going to work for me? I make these steel things. How will this work for me, right? I sell supplements. Whatever your thing is, it's scary, right? And so I want to take away as much risk as possible and just say, look, it's maybe. But I promise you guys that all those entrepreneurs are now on the other side of this who had success with it. If they could come to you and just be like, look, dude, trust him. Just do it. I promise you it'll work. I guarantee they would. If I could fly to your house right now and just do this for you, I would. This is the next best thing. So now is the time, you guys. We're out of time for the day. So what I need you to do is take the sneak peek. Go write it down, open up a new browser window, write it down, whatever it is. It's platinumsneakpeek.com. All you do is say maybe today. Go get started, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay. With that said, you guys, we're going to end for today. Please, down in the comments below, let me know if you liked my training on the funnels, if you had any big ahas. I shared more today than I've ever shared about the actual funnels and how they work in the email sequences. I'd love to hear your big ahas, your takeaways, what part you like the most. I'll be reading all those in the next few minutes when I get off stage. And then with that said, we're going to start again tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we start at the same time, same place. And it's going to be really fun. Robbie's going to be going deep into the second script, which is the two-part script, the setter closer script. We're gonna do some role plays as well, and it's gonna be a fun day tomorrow. So I'm excited. With that said, you guys, I appreciate you. Hopefully you've enjoyed this training so far. I cannot wait to take you on the next step of the journey. And again, all you gotta do is go to platinumsneakpeek.com. You get access to everything we said before. I'll recap it all one more time. Again, the first thing you're gonna get is the High Ticket Secrets 21-Day Challenge. What? Then you're gonna get the application lead funnels. That's awesome. Then you get all the training on how to find and hire your rockstar salespeople, including the ads and the interview questions, all that kind of stuff, and the training on how to actually do it. Then you're gonna get the script for your sales team, so you can literally, it's like having Robbie sit here training your team, okay? You plug your salespeople in that, they'll become rockstar salespeople. Then you're gonna get the contracts and the compliance stuff, plus everything else outside of Funnel Flicks, plus a whole bunch of other cool things, and it's gonna be amazing. Again, my job, our goal at ClickFunnels is always to over-deliver. Most people that sell high-ticket things would sell this for a minimum of $8,000, okay? Most high ticket training right now, the lowest ones I've seen are $8,000. I've seen ones at 15, 25, 36,000, 65,000, 100,000 to teach high ticket sales. Okay. When people are selling high ticket, they always sell it for high ticket. Okay. I'm in a weird spot where I'm not looking to sell more people high ticket stuff. My goal is to get you selling high ticket. So I'm not trying to charge the $8,000 or the $25,000 that most people would charge for a high ticket training program. Okay. I want to over deliver. I just want you to do it. Okay. And so the barrier is you've got to go and you've got to upgrade. You've got to go here. You got to become a platinum member. Okay. I'm not giving this to everybody, but anybody who's a platinum member will get all this training for free inside your FunnelFlix account. Okay. But you've got to make that step. Okay. And again, one sale. You make just one high ticket sale for a year and a half of platinum is completely paid for. You just get that? It's insane. Okay. And what if we make 2 sales? We make 3. We make 3 a week. What if we make 3 a day? Like, can you imagine what happened to your life? Can you imagine how many cool people you have a chance to serve and to change their lives? That's what it's all about. So again, platinumsneakpeek.com. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. And I hope you have enjoyed the training so far. Thanks, everybody.
Feel like I'm feel.